Indigenous innovation. Utilizing iMagnib, a novel magnesium precursor based on never-reported, never-tried chemistry, unprecedented sub-nano level control is achieved, resulting in structural perfection and exceptional performance. Strong global patents protect this breakthrough, with world-leading mileage benchmark. IZ-N22 catalyst delivers significant cost savings and productivity gains. Superior hydrogen and donor response ensures stable, flexible operations across a wide range of product profiles. Lower steam and power consumption contribute to sustainability. This success is driven by seamless interdivisional collaboration.
Gradual olefins and aromatics technology, an indigenous crude to chemicals technology, invented, patented and commercialized first in the world by MRPL Innovation Center. On India's west coast stands a symbol of innovation, Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited. For the fourth consecutive year, MRPL Innovation Center has been recognized nationally. The essence of science is independent thinking, hard work, and not equipment. GOAT, the gradual olefins and aromatics technology, is the living embodiment of that spirit. Conceived, designed, and perfected within MRPL's Innovation Center, it stands as proof that creativity can triumph over scale. With focused resources, relentless experimentation, and a team united by purpose, GOAT was born not from abundance, but from ingenuity and perseverance. GOAT enables direct, deep catalytic cracking of crude and paraffinic into high-value petrochemical molecules, olefins and aromatics, within the same reactor hardware traditionally used for FCC unit. Demanded 3 massive refinery units, crude distillation, VGO cracking and steam cracking, now happens in one integrated reactor. The result? Up to 60 weight % petrochemicals or 90 weight % fuels, with 40 to 60% less energy use and a dramatic cut in CO2 emissions. This is the future of refining. Compact, efficient and sustainable. In a landmark achievement, MRPL engineers successfully converted a full-scale PFCC unit into JOAT, entirely in-house. No foreign licenses, no imported design packages, only Indian minds, Indian tools, and Indian resolve. This complete indigenous transformation showcases MRPL Innovation Center's technological capability, the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the drive of Make in India, and the vision of a Viksit Bharat in action. Beyond its reactors and catalysts, JOAT is powered by intelligence, an AI-driven real-time optimizer built on first principles modeling and machine learning, continuously fine-tunes operations, learning, adapting, and improving every hour. Every barrel processed becomes smarter, cleaner, and more valuable, ensuring maximum efficiency with minimal environmental footprint. Designed in India, ready for the world. GOAT is drawing global attention as refineries seek to become energy chemical complexes. From the Arabian Gulf to East Asia, MRPL's innovation is inspiring a new era of collaboration, efficiency, and carbon-aware refining. GOAT, born of Indian ingenuity, driven by science, and built for a sustainable global future. MRPL. Innovation, excellence, energy.
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to day 3 of Energy Technology Meet. We will begin the next 60 seconds. That's 1 minute. Requesting everyone at the back to please come forward. The hall looks relatively empty, and we don't want to start with, with the hall looking so empty. So whoever's sitting at the back, may I please request you all to move ahead, please? People at the back, may I gently request you all to please move ahead. The infamous backbenchers, please come forward. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very good morning. Please settle down. Just a quick reminder, please ensure that you check your schedules accordingly. You will have to attend the sessions. There are parallel sessions happening simultaneously in the adjacent hall. Session number 13, technical session 13 is on topic innovation in catalyst and scaling lab to field. If that is a session that you want to be a part of, please move to the adjacent hall. Please move to the adjacent hall. Thank you so much.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So just a gentle reminder, if we could, have some participants for the session which is going on in the technical session number 13 in the adjacent hall on the topic of innovation in catalysts and scaling lab to field. If this is of interest to any of our delegates present here, we should be beginning that session really soon. So requesting you to kindly please take a note of these topics which are being discussed and the parallel sessions which are going on. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down and do not forget to place your phones on silent mode. We will begin in the next 60 seconds. Thank you so much. One last announcement for people at the back to come forward. People at the back, may I please request you all to step forward and occupy the empty chairs at the front. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm going to do this again because I see most of you busy on your phones. Good morning, everyone. No, one last try. Since it's the last day, let's give this one last try. Good morning, everybody. May I please request for a round of applause before we begin? Please, everybody, put your hands together. A bigger one at that, please. Thank you so much. Good morning and a very, very warm welcome. This is the day 3 of Energy Technology Meet 2025, the last day of Energy Technology Meet 2025. Thank you so much for being here on day 3. Today marks the culmination of 2.5 days filled with insights, innovation and collaboration. Throughout this event, what have we witnessed? We witnessed some very inspiring discussions, breakthrough ideas, and expert talks from leaders who come together to shape the future of energy technology. I'm sure you all agree with me. Can we collectively celebrate all the speakers that we've had so far in the last 2 days, and of course, we'll continue to have today as well? Thank you. Today, that momentum continues, ladies and gentlemen, reinforcing our shared commitment for sustainable and efficient energy solutions. Since it's the last day, we want to extend our gratitude to all our speakers, our participants, our sponsors, and organizers for making this event a true success. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet is a mega success thanks to your participation and enthusiasm and your engagement. A big round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you. And we look forward to driving this wave of energy innovation again. On that note, it's time for us to officially kickstart day 3. We have our technical session number 12 that will commence shortly. But before that, I really want to set some energy for our speakers here. As they come on stage, they definitely want to see some energetic faces in the audience. So let's ensure that happens. So what I want you to do is, I want you to just put your hands up in the air, everybody, and start wiggling your hands, please. This is just a little energizer for all of us to be a part of. Both your hands up in the air. I'm allowed to use only one because I've got the mic on the other. Yes, start wiggling your hands. Please start wiggling your hands. Just say, oh, look at that. Smiles automatically coming. Yeah, fantastic. Okay. And now we will clap. Come on. Now we will clap. Come on. Everybody. With hands up in the air. Yes. Do you feel the energy? Do you feel the energy? Are we ready for day 3? Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. On that high note, it is my privilege to invite our speakers to this stage to discuss on this very interesting topic for day 3, accelerating indigenous technology development. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our chairpersons, Mr. Anil Kumar, ED, R&D, EIL. Welcome, sir. His areas of interest, chemical engineer, with 31 plus years of experience in refinery and petrochemical complex design, technology selection, process design, and commercialization of indigenous technologies. Currently heads EIL's R&D division, driving initiatives in energy transition, sustainability, process intensification, and energy optimization. His achievements, to name a few: committee to develop strategic roadmap to biofuel R&D, blending of DME into LPG. Welcome, sir. Big round of applause, please. Joining him on stage is Mr. A.T. Naidu, ED, HPCL. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. He's involved in process units performance monitoring, troubleshooting, process design analysis, identification and implementation of improvement initiatives in the units, including digital initiatives, etc. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. A. Tirupati Naidu, thank you so much, gentlemen. With that, I take this opportunity to welcome our eminent speakers to the stage. Like I said, the topic of discussion for this morning is accelerating indigenous technology development. And to share their valuable thoughts, may I please invite Mr. Somnath Kukre from HPCL. Welcome, sir. This is the first session of the morning. The energy definitely has to touch the roof. Please keep the applause coming. Inviting Mr. Himanshu Sharma, Engineers India Limited. Welcome, sir. Joining them on stage is Mr. T. Nandakumar, GAIL India Limited. Welcome, sir. Put your hands together for Mr. Samya Gupta from BPCL. Welcome, Mr. Gupta. And keep the applause coming as I invite Ms. Bharti Panigrahi, HPCL. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you. A collective round of applause for the brilliance that we have here on stage before we officially kickstart this session. Thank you all. Now, before I let the moderators take over, a quick reminder, we have QR codes placed at different spots. Ensure that you scan the QR code if you have any questions at all, and throughout the end of the session, if time permits, we'll be able to accommodate these questions. But please ensure that you send us your questions, scan the QR code, and send us those questions, and the moderators will direct the questions and have them addressed. For now, it's time for us to kickstart the first session of day 3. Moderators, over to you.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. My dear colleagues, it gives me a great pleasure in welcoming you to session number 12 for this 28th Energy Technology Meet. I am joined here by Mr. A.T. Naidu, Executive Director at HPCL, a very experienced and accomplished professional, as you might have already seen in the screen behind. We also have a distinguished panel of speakers whom we will be introducing shortly. And together, we look forward to an inspiring and enlightening session. Over the past 2 days in this Energy Technology Meet, we have explored a wide range of topics, ranging from refinery efficiency to integration to sustainability, decarbonization, green hydrogen, production, storage, and transport, and so on and so forth. Now, with this larger canvas, this session, which is titled Accelerating Indigenous Technology Development, that focuses on two vital aspects. Number one, indigenization of technologies in the upcoming areas. And number two, accelerating their implementation to realize the dream of Viksit Bharat. So this theme could not have been more timely. As we move forward in this future that is defined by energy transition, by sustainability, by self-reliance, the role of indigenous technology development, that becomes very crucial, along with the, deployment of these technologies at commercial scale. Building these in-house capabilities, that's not just limited to innovation. It is, about the strategic strength, about the cost effectiveness, about the nation's energy security. So the speakers that we have today, they represent organizations that have, consistently led India's innovation story in the oil and gas sector. HPCL is there, GAIL is there, BPCL is there, and EIL is there. Their presentations today, they will span wide spectrum from crude to chemicals, carbon conversion, pathways for net zero petrochemical production, and energy efficient routes to green hydrogen. All these areas are actually defining the global refinery energy landscape. So without taking much time, I'll hand over the floor to Mr. Naidu, who will be driving this session from here onwards. And we will request our speakers to adhere to the timelines that have been given so that we have ample time towards the end for question and interactions. So thank you, and over to Mr. Naidu.
Good morning all. Thanks EHT for giving us this opportunity. We'll be having 5 interesting presentations today. To start with the presentation by Somnath Kukde from HPCL Green R&D Center. He will talk about HP COAT, breakthrough single-step crude to chemicals technology, advancing towards demonstration plant. I just wish to inform the people, I think you might be knowing that this has been awarded in this 28th ATM as a Best Innovation Innovative Technology Award, jointly awarded with MRPL. Over to you, Somnath. The allotted time is 15 minutes. Request you to be within the allotted time.
Thank you, sir. A very good morning to all those present at the dais and at the audience. Today I will be going through the technology which we call as a HP COAT, crude oil to olefins and aromatics technology. And it is a single step conversion of the crude in a high severity FCC unit, and the advancement towards commercialization efforts that has been put by HPCL, I'll be going through it. So these are the contents. I will go through background about COTC, HP COAT technology. We know that traditional refiners are for the transportation fuels, and then petrochemicals are like by-products. And then crude oil distillation followed by catalytic cracking is the approach to produce the gasoline and the olefins. So integration of petrochemicals by thermal steam cracking is the normal route which has been followed to give ethylene and then propylene. So as I told that HP coat is the single step conversion for the light olefins and aromatics. So just differentiation or the advantage and disadvantage of thermal and the thermal steam cracking route. So almost like 60 to 65% of propylene is through steam crackers, and we know that ethane to propane or naphtha and LPG are the feeds, and then the ethylene yield is varies depending upon the feedstock from 25 to 80%. So disadvantage is propylene to ethylene ratio is below 0.6 or 0.5 depending upon the feedstock, and then it is a highly energy intensive process and which gives more CO2 emissions also, and due to the fouling, heavier feeds cannot be processed in a steam cracker. So going further, why catalytic cracking? Catalytic cracking is the preferred route secondary process in refinery. So if you see a steam cracker yields for ethane, propane, butane, naphtha and gas oil. So ethane, it has higher ethylene potential. As the feedstock goes towards gasoline, that value comes down. And whereas ethylene, propylene is only 2% for ethane crackers, and as we go further higher, it goes to 15 to in the range of 18-20%. Now, this graph shows regarding the comparison which was available in the literature from between the steam cracker and the normal high severity FCC units. So there we can see propylene can go up to 20% and ethylene can be up to 5-6%. And the other advantage of this catalytic cracking is almost 40% of the less energy intensity is there in the catalytic cracker compared to the steam cracker. Now coming to the COTC. COTC is basically called for the process where we get more than 40% of light olefins and aromatics. So Hengli refinery was the first to commercialize this with multiple units, and typical refinery it starts with 5% petrochemicals. Going with integration, it goes up to 25%. We have our own example of HRRL where petchem intensity is 26%. And in COTC, we have seen yesterday also, it combines multiple units and it can go more than 40% till whatever yesterday it was talked up to above 70%. Now in this HPCL, HP coat, it is a single unit concept. So crude selection is a basic criteria for the crude cracking, and this shows the graph of the crackability of different molecules present in the crude. So polynuclear aromatics has lowest crackability, then aromatic simple aromatics, then it goes to cycloalkanes and paraffins. Paraffins with the same carbon number and same and aromatics also having the same carbons will be having different boiling points, but paraffin feeds will give more light olefins. So crude selection in our technology, we have selected the light sulfur crude and the heavy medium sulfur crudes. Up to 15 to 20 crudes we have evaluated in our pilots for arriving at the design yields. So it is a direct conversion of a crude in a single step via catalytic cracking. This is a 3D image of the commercial model. Then we have our own reactor regenerator hardware. It is 30% less capex intensive and less energy intensity since multiple units are removed. And CO2 reductions, we have done a case study where it reduces almost 20%, and light olefins and BTX goes up to 45%. So we have numbers of ethylene, propylene, butylenes ethylene is 5 to 7, propylene is 12 to 14, butylene 7 to 10. BTX goes above 14%. So comparing with the conventional and the HP coat complex, so this slide shows the conventional, we have CDO, VDO, CCR, DHD, FCCU, coker, etc., hydrocracking. So in the coat complex, all these like CDO, VDO, CCR, coker, hydrocracking are removed, and we will have only the catalytic cracking plus the fuel that are produced goes for the hydro treatment and the separation for light olefins and aromatics. So this is the demo unit which is coming at Vizag refinery. It is a 2-riser configuration. Crude is a desalted crude, and whatever the products like gasoline is produced, that is been recycled in the riser 2, and riser 1 is the normal LS or MS crude going to the unit. Catalyst also plays a key part in that, and generally for this type of high severity FCC unit, normal like high zeolite catalysts are not preferred. So we have a low Z by M catalyst which has fine-tuned pores and then the multifunctional components in it, and it is a single particle catalyst unlike the blended catalyst which is selective towards this olefins yield and the BTX yields. Now coming to the technology part of it, we have the stripper internals in this. Generally these internals are provided by the licensors like Lummus or Koch Klitsch. Here we have conceptualized the internals fabricated, and this has been tested at the third party which validates all the licensor internals also, and this is the cold flow model of it, plus the commercial packing which has been put into the coming unit. So stripping efficiency is higher by 0.58%. It has a reduced steam consumption. Metallurgy is a higher alloy steel, and then the catalyst flux is higher due to the packings. We have a long experience in nozzles. This is a proprietary nozzle supplied generally by the licensors. We have gone into the design of it, and we have almost like 10 years learning curve and experience in this. And we have like our own nozzle testing bench at our R&D. So based on our like conventional nozzles designed for all our HPCL FCC units, we have designed the HP coat nozzles for the crude, recycled naphtha, and in the steam. Other internals, air grid, then the rings, and then the orifice chamber has been designed by HPCL. And in the orifice chamber, we had an example. We troubleshooted one of our refinery FCC unit for the inlet orifice chamber modification. So we had done a lot of CFD simulation for that. And based on the outcome of the inlet design, we incorporated in this design also to avoid the acoustic induced vibration. Coming to the technology attributes. So we, as I said, we have the reactor technology, the catalyst technology, and then the other technology features. So in the reactor, both riser reactors, then the catalyst, hoppers, loading system, orifice chamber, these vessels has been designed. As I said, air grid, rings, steam rings, nozzles, stripper packings, all these are been patented. Then the proprietary catalyst, it is a hierarchical zeolite, low Z by M catalyst, tailored for the selective olefins. And then the technological features, it eliminates multiple unit, petchem intensity is more than 40%, less capex, less energy intensity, and reduction in CO2 emission by almost 20%. And this has been integrated with the existing main fractionator of existing FCC unit. So integration of 2 FCC units with a common main fracture is also the key attribute. And plus the dry gas generation will be higher in a high severity FCC. So we have a liquid catalyst injection which will reduce dry gas during the post-riser cracking. So this is the technology development. It was developed at the lab level. Then it was tested in the cold flow unit, and then a hot unit was built based on the hydrodynamic parameters. And then further going up for the demonstration plant, BDEP was completed in 2022 for 80 KTA plant with a feed of LS and MS crude. And mode of execution was EPCM. Currently, like detail engineering is complete and mechanical completion is by March 26. So this is like current site pictures and the fabrication parts and the 3D model of the HP coat unit. So we face a lot of engineering challenge. So stripper internals, these are also, like as I said, a licensor provided item. It is an imported item. So finding a suitable vendor and taking into consideration of all the thermal heat cycles for the design and the support of this packing, it was like done in collaboration with our partners. Then the engineering of the RR vessels, these are low dia vessels. So application of refractory is critical. So that was taken into consideration based on the engineering design. Then the integration, as I said, 2 FCC units are integrated with a common fractionator. So we have given isolation walls from safety point of view. Isolation walls, I think this will be the first time in the FCC unit. Generally, manual blind will be there. Then the fabrication of RR internals like nozzles, and then we conducted a lot of finite element analysis and the stress analysis to get the engineering values. Then hydrodynamic validation, CFD validations, and then the dynamic process modeling for the startup and setup of unit has also been carried out. And the project execution was carried out through EPCM mode. All like long lead items, orders were placed by HPCL, and the RR vessel to the common fabricator. So going to the summary, low capex by 30%, low energy intensity. Payback period for a grassroots unit, we have done estimate 4 years. So there is a need to convert crude to chemical and integrate or a standalone basis. And we feel that HP coat is the most promising technology in a single step conversion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Somnath. Q&A will be at the end of the session. HP coat is a very innovative and a breakthrough technology wherein we can achieve the desired products in a single step. That means for refineries to operate a less number of units. Thank you, Somnath, for covering details and status of that project. Next presentation is by Himanshu Sharma from Engineers India Limited, and he would be talking about crude oil selection for COTC complexes. Over to you, Himanshu.
Thank you so much, sir. We're at last day of ETM. We all had to check out, there were queues. We all had to book cabs, there were queues. We have to come here, there were traffic. And yet, we are all here. India, as a country of 1.46 billion people growing at a GDP rate of 6.28%, it's a mammoth engine and there will be noises. And what we know is that we know how to survive. I'll use the word thrive rather. That's the best that we do. We know how to thrive. As a country which imports about 200 crudes, we have world's 4th largest refining capacity. And we often beat Singapore's GRMs. That's what we do. On that note, let's start. I'll take you through the energy mix. The first two things that the first two bars that we see here are basically IEA, and the last one is PPAC. If we compare things, that's 2022, we had about 37% share of crude oil, which as per PPAC is still 37%, while our energy demands grows multifold. There will be a great deal of electrification, like from 18% in the graph in 2022 by PPAC, we reached 33%. Our coal share comes down, but I'm not taking a dig here, but if you take that, we still take about 37 plus 15 plus 12, about more than 50% of our energy mix still come from fossils. Now, where does this oil go? In 2022, we had about 40 MMTPA of gasoline demand, which is almost at the same level, that's 38 MMTPA, while our diesel growth is phenomenal. We grow up to 131. So this ensured that process engineering will be my only career till the date I go off the trade. This puts a big smile on our faces. Refineries shall remain the workhorse for the primary energy mix, at least for India. Just to touch upon petrochemicals, we are growing approximately 1.8 to 2 times of our GDP. Our petrochemical growths are about 10 to 11%. We are hugely deficit of PE and PPs. If you look at the graph on your right, that's demand number in 2024, we were off by 3 MMTPA. By 2033, while our demand is 23.2, our supply has increased thanks to complexes like HRRL, Bina, Paradeep about to come. By 2047, this grows hugely to 52.1, while the supply share, because there are no farm plants after 2030, it remains the same. So we can see, so I've made a case that we need both fuel and petrochemicals at the same time, at least in the Indian context. This is a bit of chemistry, very elementary chemistry. I'll walk you through it. If you look at ethylene and propylene as monomer, you will find that the hydrogen content is 14.3 weight%. Now, this magical numbers is something that will lead us to a feedstock selection. If you have a hydrogen content of more than 14.3 weight%, what you see here is at the top, you just need to cut down these hydrogen bonds, and this is an olefin molecule that will be forming. Now, if you have anything which is lower than 14.3 weight%, you must take out carbon from that hydrocarbon value chain, and you will form coke. We rarely form coke, but there are HPNAs, multi-aromatics that form. That is the reason you keep on hearing jargons like paraffins, because paraffins have highest hydrogen content. That is the only reason why you cannot route crude oil directly to the steam cracker, because you will end up cooking it up in few hours instead of months. So we make a point that we need suitable fractions to be fed into the steam cracker. Now, any technology that tries to convert crude into chemicals has to go through 2 routes. Either you need to inject hydrogen, that's something like TC2C does, or you need to take carbon out, that all the FCC-based technologies like HP coat and CC2C, as we talked about, we do. Now, we have already established the right-hand side of it. We have to make chemicals and fuels. The possible feedstocks are ethane, propane, butane, naphtha, condensate, and crude oil. These are the typical ones. The hydrogen content decreases as we go down in the order. Like ethane will be around 20%, propane 17, propane 18, butane 17. Naphtha is varied sources, might be 12 to 14 somewhere. Now, if we use ethane and LPG as the feedstock, now if you feed ethane to a steam cracker, it will be a gas-based cracker. You make approximately 78, 79% ethylene. What ethane does to a steam cracker, propane does to propane dehydrogenation unit, you make more than 80% propylene. You can route the same to steam cracker, but it will also make some C2 and C3, but economics almost always govern that if you have propane and you can sell then you can sell propylene, you will route it through PDH unit. This is the most simplest configuration, will entail you the least capex, and you make the only thing that's chemicals. What it does not make is fuels, and it shuts down the value chain of C5 and C6, the chemicals that you might need for the downstream specialty chemicals production. Now, if we take out naphtha, you can route it, of course, the liquid feed steam cracker. You can also route it through a CCR, makes PX and benzene. Now, this naphtha cracking will make C2 and C3 in various P/by ratios ranging from 0.4 to 0.6. You will end up making chemicals, but because this is a liquid feed, we will also make a good amount of fuel oil and gas, which are unfinished fuels. They need to be sold to the market. You must find an outlet to it. So if you're dealing with a complex that's naphtha alone, you might feel these challenges. And of course, naphtha sourcing. The quality of naphtha, the unknowns in naphtha, the mercaptan, the heavy metals, all those remains a challenge. Now, this is a complex slide, I do agree. Now, if we feed crude oil to condensate, we need to find fractions that we can send to steam crackers or reformer. Now, I'm calling it as feed preparation unit. Perhaps that's what we might need to change our things into. And you see a lot of arrows coming back and forth. That's the kind of integration this complex can make. Let me put things into perspective that if you want to really make a molecular level optimization, this is the best complex to do that. To put things into perspective, let's take a molecule of C5. If you take a molecule of C5, you have only steam cracker, you will route it to steam cracker. Now, if you have this entire complex, now C5 comprises of NC5 and IC5. NC5 is the best feed for your steam cracker, very high hydrogen content. IC5 is not so good. But if we compare the octane numbers of NC5 and IC5, NC5 got an octane number of 61, IC5 has got 94. It's IC5, it's not a good feed for my steam cracker, but it's a very good feed for my gasoline pool. So this configuration allows us to make the best use of the molecules, and we make chemicals as well as finished fuels. These are finished marketable fuels. Now, when we compare this feedstock, the very first argument in there tells the favor in crude oil, abundant supply. All the other sources that you need, you'll need to procure them. Procurement might be a challenge for ethane when it's a single source supply. C3, C4 in our case competes with LPG as fuel. Naphtha, you can be sure and not sure of the quality that you get. Condensate, try doing a long-term supply agreement, you will get to know the market. So what remains with us is crude oil, and we already have a capacity of 258 MMTPA, which is going to be 310 by 2030. Now, when we upgrade this crude oil through my FPU unit, we need to make feed which is rich as hydrogen, highly paraffinic, low or no metal heavy impurities. The sulfur content should be low, nitrogen should be low, and it must evaporate inside convection coils of my steam cracker. I'm also showing the swing between petrochemicals and fuels, because while all of us talked about petrochemicals last 2 days, nobody mentioned that Singapore benchmark GRMs grew 2,000% in last 10 days. Now that might not be sustainable, but then it's a time, if you have complexes like this, you can take care of the swing and increase your profitability. This one again shows 7 crudes. The first 3 ones are very light crude condensates. The last 4 are actual crudes. If we look at the mixture of Arab mix and Arab light 50-50, it's close to our Indian crude basket of 30 API. The last one is our Urals, the most talked about crude these days. Now, not all crudes are created equal. So they're different in the sense, if you look at this red boxes in the south parts in Arab super light, the API gravity 50 to 51 quite close, while the paraffin contents range in 57.6 to 68.5. That's what you need to get into. The Urals, which is shown in the last one, is 38.4. So technically, what we have discussed so far, this should not be a suitable crude for a crude oil to chemical complexes, but we will see. The last thing is we're showing the light and heavy differential. Light crudes always have some premium over the heavy crudes, and there is always a gap. Now think of a world where everyone tries to make chemicals. So when everyone tries to make chemical, the light crude will be sold even at the more premium, and this gap should widen up. This gap should open up. Now, taking this tenets and moving it forward, let's try to make a crude to chemical complex with an ethylene capacity of 1500 KTA and PT of about 1600, and others we are incidental. And let's say we are flexible about the feed. The complex that I'm choosing is typical configuration we have here. VGO hydrotreater PFCC DCO configuration reconfigured to ferment crude to chemicals. So we took 3 crudes, 30 API, 33 API, and 54 API. In order to achieve the same objective, 30 API crude required about 9,000 KTA of feed. Middle Eastern about 8,200. The condensate was the lowest. So the OPEX definitely should be lowest in the condensate case, but let's have a look at the economics. So if we'll take a case of Middle Eastern 30 API, which is our base, compare it with 33 API, yes, it requires lesser upgrading, the capex is lower. Condensate, the least upgrading, capex is still lower. Now, if you look at the simple payback, lower the bitter. The base case, if you compare it with 33 API and condensate, we get the best simple payback in Middle Eastern 33 API. The heavy crude is proving to be more profitable than the lighter crudes. This depends on economics of what price you fetch the crudes at. Now we talked about APIs. Now we talk about naphthenic versus paraffinic crudes. We saw a naphthenic crude. We did the same exercise there. 31.5 API and 30 API naphthenic crude. I'm not naming naphthenic crude. You know what it is. Middle Eastern, if we take it as the base, the naphthenic crude will require more hydrogen. You will need some more capex. But based on the historical prices that we have, the naphthenic crude complex is having more profits. It's more profitable than the Middle Eastern 35.1 crude based on historical prices, if we talk about. Now getting a bit of reality, if we compare it with ethane cracker, if I compare a COTC complex with a condensate petchem and ethane cracker, yes, you cannot beat it. Ethane cracker is the most simplest machine you can ever have, but at the same time, you need to supply, you need to get the ethane out now. Where do you fetch it? For a $10 billion complex, you cannot be tied to one single source. Now putting things into perspective, the most crucial is the feedstock availability and price. What we require is flexibility in terms of crude selection. Now this ethane, propane, butane, naphtha can be opportunity feedstock. You can buy them at lower price, crack them, and then do it. Flexibility, because we procure about 200 crudes, we cannot just put anything into my steam cracker. It needs to be flexible. The refineries will be repurposed as FPUs. Optimize, make use of the swing between fuel and petrochemicals, make the most money. And the long-term objective is gradually increase petrochemical intensity index of the existing refineries. With this, I end my word. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai EIL.
Feedstock optimization requirement in the new COTC complex. At the moment, I think refineries are optimizing crude to get fuels and lubes, and in future we'll have to do this. And I'll invite next speaker, Dr. Nandakumar from GAIL India Limited. He would be talking about synthetic natural gas, e-methane from CO2 hydrogenation, advances in catalysis, and pathways for sustainable energy transition.
Good morning to all. Respected session chair and co-chair, fellow speakers, and distinguished delegates who are present here. Welcome to this presentation. Before starting this presentation, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the CHT team as well as the BPCL team for organizing this wonderful ETM conference and also giving us an opportunity to share our work in this area. So coming to the contents of my presentation, it has been structured in the following way. It will start with the organization profile, where we will discuss about the very brief introduction about GAIL India Limited for the wider benefits of audience. The second topic will discuss about the significance of the SNG, that is e-methane. Here we will discuss about what is e-methane and what is its cost at present and what are the various projects which are going around in the world and what is the e-methane reaction in general. And the third topic will discuss about the catalyst development and testing. Here we will be discussing about our indigenous effort that we have done in collaboration with the CSR IIP, that is Indian Institute of Petroleum, a premier institute for the development of the catalyst for this e-methane generation. And the testing we have carried out at the lab scale as well as in the bench scale. And then the fourth topic will discuss about the outcome and way forward based on the results. And then I will conclude with the summary. So coming to the GAIL, GAIL is an integrated natural gas company which has been started in 1984, and it is one of the youngest Maharatna company. What it has been started as a simple pipeline transportation company linking the natural gas producers with the natural gas consumers. Now it has grown into an integrated natural gas company having presence in the upstream as well as in the downstream. And because of our presence in the entire natural gas value chain, we are significantly contributing to the country's economic growth, energy transition, and energy affordability, and country's energy security. And these are our major GAIL business portfolio, 6. And the main portfolio is the natural gas transmission and marketing. And we are having nearly 16,420 kilometers of gas network crisscrossing the country. And using this, we have transmitted nearly 120 mm SCMD of gas and marketed nearly 101 mm SCMD of gas. And the second important portfolio is the petrochemical, where we are having a healthy share of 50% domestic market share. And we had an installed capacity of 1,080 KTA, which comprises of 810 KTA at Pata and 280 KTA at BCPL Assam. And we are also in the process of adding another 1,800 KTA of petrochemicals to our portfolio, which comprises of 500 KTA of PP at Usar plant and 1,250 KTA of purified terephthalic acid plant at our GMPL complex. Third important portfolio is city gas distribution. We are having presence across the 72 cities, and we had a CNG stations network of 3,100, and we are supplying PNG to 95.7 lakh consumers. And we are also having 5 numbers of LPG plants spread across the country with an installed capacity of 1425 KTPA, and this is representing 10% of domestic production capacity. And we are also having longest LPG transmission pipeline network of 2040 kilometers with an installed transmission capacity of 4.58 mm tons per annum. And we are recently into ENP. We had 30 numbers of blocks participation in India, and we had significant presence in the Myanmar 2 blocks, as well as we are also having a shale gas asset at USA. And the renewables and green hydrogen, we had an installed capacity of 118 megawatt wind power capacity and 27 megawatt of solar power capacity. And recently we have commissioned India's first 10 megawatt PEM electrolyzer, which can produce 4.3 tons per day of hydrogen, green hydrogen. So with this very good assets, we could do a very good financial and market performance consistently in the last 5 years. In the last year, we have secured a record profit of 11,312 crore, which is one of the highest in the history of GAIL. So coming to the e-methane, first, what is e-methane? E-methane is a green molecule which is entirely produced by green hydrogen, which is in turn generated by the electrolysis process and reacting it with the sustainably captured CO2. How it can be used? It can be used as a drop-in green fuel, especially in the hard-to-electrify sectors like cement industry, shipping industry, chemical industry, etc., as a fuel or as a feedstock. Is it a green? It has been already certified as a green fuel by the EU regulator. They are considering this as a green fuel under their RFNBO regulations, renewable fuel of non-biological origin. Apart from that, the e-methane has got certain advantages as compared to the others, renewable energy as well as hydrogen. For example, it is easy to store and transport. It can be continuously supplied, and there is no intermittency, unlike the renewable energy. And another important aspect is that existing infrastructure can be very well leveraged for the transportation, so that system integration is very easy. So coming to the e-methane cost economy, various studies very clearly indicates it is highly uneconomical at this stage. The cost of production is nearly $35 to $100 per MMBTU, which is significantly higher than the spot LNG prices. The main cost contribution in their value chain is the renewable power, which contributes 41% of the cost breakup for the e-methane, and the hydrogen production electrolysis cost is nearly 32%. So significantly, both of these contributing nearly 75% of the cost. The next major contribution is by the Sabatier process, that is the CO2 methanation process, which is contributing nearly 20%. So if you want to have a cost parity with the fossil-based natural gas, then this e-methane, in this sector, lot of steep learning curves has to happen in terms of the R&D, innovation, economy of scale, and economy of scope. But fortunately, it is happening. For example, the green hydrogen, there is a report by Niti Aayog which highlights that there is a possibility of green hydrogen achieving the cost parity with the grey hydrogen in the Indian context by 2030. Similarly, there is a possibility of cost reduction by 65% in the USA as estimated by the Deloitte. So in the Sabatier reaction process also a lot of learning curves are happening with respect to R&D. People are trying to utilize a cheaper and more robust catalyst And people also, in the engineering aspect, people are involving in reactor design for better thermal management, and also they are integrating the subarterial process with the larger systems like solid oxide electrolytic cell or co-electrolysis, etc., to improve the subarterial process efficiency, which is currently existing at 55%. By integrating with the larger system, it can be improved up to 70%. So, considering these positivities, the momentum of e-methane projects are picking up in the world. For example, in Industry Advocacy Group is also formed, which is called as the ENG coalitions, led by Mitsubishi Corporations and Tokyo Gas, etc. They are closely coordinating with the government to bring in enabling policies for the introduction of the ENG. And also, a lot of pilot projects as well as commercial projects are coming. You can see it is spread across the continent, in the North America as well as South America as well as in Australia. These are the places where they had excess renewable electricity, and these are the places also very close to the LNG exporting terminals. And further, the policy mandate has also come with respect to the e-methane. So it is also expected to provide impetus for the yearly adaptation of the e-methane. For example, e-methane has also been considered as one of the e-fuel, green e-fuel under the RFNBO mandate by the EU. And second, the Japan Gas Association also has mandated that to introduce 1% of e-methane in their pipeline network by 2030, and they are going to achieve 90% by 2050. So what are these various projects are coming with a various capacity of 100 nm³ per hour to 10,000 nm³ per hour. But in the Indian context, in the national level, very limited exploratory studies only being carried out. So coming to the e-methane reactions, it is a well-known subarterial reactions. The first number, which is an exothermic reaction, which is thermodynamically favorable as delta G is negative. But the issue is this is not, when it proceeds, that single reaction alone not proceeding, that following other reactions also will proceed along with the subarterial process, which will lead to the formation of COO as well as a carbon deposition, which significantly reduces the overall yield as well as selectivity with respect to CH4. So the catalyst plays an important role to minimize these side reactions. So in this aspect, if you see the e-methane catalyst progress and challenges, there are a lot of active metals has been tried for this e-methanation catalyst, including rhodium, iron, nickel, cobalt, and molybdenum. All of them having certain advantages as well as some drawbacks. For example, rhodium, which is highly active, at the same time, the important drawback is its selectivity is less and also prohibitively costly. And iron, which is highly active and relatively environmental benign, but the important drawback is low selectivity. Nickel is one of the best catalysts which is widely explored. They had high activity, high selectivity, but the important drawbacks is that they are subject to coking and sintering issues. In general, that CO2 methanation catalyst has to overcome two limitations. One is the kinetic limitations. It is because of the inherent nature of the CO2, which is very stable. And when you are trying to reduce it to CH4, it is an 8-electron process. So as the number of electrons involved is more, inherently that process is very sluggish. And the another limitation is the thermodynamic limitations. Even though the reaction process is exothermic, so as per the Le-Chatelier principle, if you do at low temperature, the reaction is moving in the forward directions. But it cannot overcome the activation energy, so the productivity is very less. So to improve the productivity, you have to raise a high temperature to overcome the kinetic limitations. But when you do the reaction at high temperature, it will automatically lead to the catalyst deactivation because of the sintering as well as the coking. So the important challenges with respect to the development of the catalyst is that you have to balance the trade-off between the activity and stability of the catalyst, so that resultant catalyst should have a good activity to overcome the kinetic limitations, and also it should have a good stability to improve its longevity. So considering this research gap, GAIL, in association with the CSR IAP, has targeted development of an efficient catalyst for the hydrogenation of the CO2 to e-methane. So this is a strategy we have adopted in our case. We have first selected and optimized a suitable support material. This support material has been prepared by co-precipitation. Actually, we have used a mixed metal oxide support, wherein we have varied the ratio of the magnesia content from 30 to 70% and the alumina. Introduction of the magnesia and the alumina support is very essential, because introduction of the magnesia only imparts a basicity to the catalyst. Basicity to the catalyst is very essential, because since CO2 is acidic or Lewis acid, so providing the basic site at the surface of the catalyst will provide an attractive adsorption surface area for the CO2. Once CO2 is get absorbed on the surface of the catalyst, it has to be hydrogenated using the active metal. So here we have used nickel as the active metal, and we have we have optimized its content also by varying its content from 5 to 15%. And then further to promote, further we have added various promoters to improve the stability and the activity of the catalyst. We have incorporated various promoters like lanthanum, ceria, manganese, praseodymium and ruthenium, and then we have done the catalyst characterization using the extended physiochemical characterization techniques, and then we have done the activity test and we have arrived at the optimum catalyst. These metals have been incorporated through the wet impregnation methods, both the active metal as well as the promoters. So coming to the physiochemical characterization, the right-hand graph indicates the XRD. The XRD very clearly indicates that formations of the nickel aluminate as well as the magnesia aluminate, which indicates the stability of the catalyst, while nickel oxide peaks are conspicuously absent, which indicates that whatever the nickel we have introduced on the surface of the catalyst, which has been uniformly dispersed, homogeneously dispersed on the interior and the exterior surface of the catalyst, and which has also been confirmed by the TEM images. And the right-hand side indicates the hydrogen TPR profiles or the reducibility of the catalyst. And you can see there are two peaks. One peak is associated with the low temperature peak, and the second peak is associated with the high temperature peak. The low temperature peak essentially indicates the availability of the active nickel content, while the high temperature peak indicates the stable nickel alumina phase formation. So we can say that the catalyst is active as well as also highly stable. And then the basicity has been evaluated using the CO2 TPD studies, and you can see that the low temperature peak indicates the presence of huge quantity of medium strength basicity. This is very essential to fix the carbon dioxide on the surface of the catalyst. So the prepared catalyst has been carried out its activity test in the first. We have evaluated the activity in the microreactor unit by loading 1 gram of the catalyst, and finally the optimized catalyst has been scaled up to bench scale study where we used a catalyst loading of 50 gram. And this is the optimization of the support material as well as the metal content. And the first graph indicates the magnesium composition that we have varied between 30 to 70%. The optimum composition is actually 30% of magnesia. And similarly, we have optimized the nickel content from 5 to 10%, and in which the nickel content of 10% has given a very good CH4 selectivity and CO2 conversion. So a magnesia of 30% and nickel composition of 10% has been identified as the best combination for our catalyst for this one. And then comes the further modification of the catalyst using the various modifiers, and in which not only the single metal component has been used in our studies, we also used dual promoters. For example, the promoters of manganese and praseodymium in our case has given a very good performance, that black color legend, and it has given a very good CH4 selectivity and CO2 conversion even at low pressure of 1 atmosphere. And similarly, within the temperature window of 290 degree to 390 degree, it has given a CH4 selectivity of more than 95% and CO2 conversion of more than 98%. And then this has been subject to our lab scale stability test for 100 hours. And here also the praseodymium and manganese and praseodymium loaded catalyst has given you a very good activity in terms of the CH4 selectivity and CO2 conversion. And then the spent catalyst has been subject to TGA studies to understand the coke formation. And you can say that all these metal promoter modified catalyst has given you a very low carbon deposition, especially the graphitic carbon. So it indicates that longevity of the catalyst can be increased by incorporating this dual promoters. So coming to the long-term stability test, so the catalyst which has been loaded with 30% magnesia.
Last 15 seconds.
Yes, last. And then this doubly promoted catalyst of manganese and praseodymium has been subject to TOS of 400 hours in our bench scale studies at a temperature of 340 degrees centigrade. The catalyst has maintained sustained activity with no significant loss during this period and has shown a consistent selectivity as well as CO2 conversion. And the outcome is we have developed an indigenous catalyst, which is nickel with the double promoters of manganese and praseodymium on the support of magnesia and alumina, which has been tested for 400 hours, and it has produced a high CO2 conversion, which high CH4 selectivity of 100%. We have validated it at bench scale. So we have developed a technology up to level of TRL4. And the way forward to move this TRL4 technology to TRL9 TRL-9, it's required scale up and further extended study with a TOS 1000 hours that we are currently doing. And also we will be focusing on design aspect with respect to the process intensification and reactor optimization. And then we will go for a pilot demonstration of TRL level 6 at our GAIL Vijaypur plant where green hydrogen as well as CO2 is available from our GPU. Then we will also do LCA analysis for the actual carbon footprint and energy efficiency. In the long term, there is a possibility of injecting this in our grid for the CGD blending. So in summary, CO2 methanation is pivotal for the power to gas systems, and it is very essential for India's circular carbon economy and to meet the net zero target. And development of indigenous catalyst technology in this aspect is a strategic step. And with the continued R&D and policy support from GAIL, e-methane could become a key pillar for our low carbon transition. And acknowledgement is to GAIL management, CSR IIP director, and CSR R&D team, as well as CSR IIP Dehradun. And thank you, sir, with this quote.
Thank you, Nandakumarji. Very well covered how, in your presentation, how circular carbon pathways can transform CO2 into renewable fuel. I'll invite next speaker, Samya Gupta from BPCL, to talk about ethylene production pathways to net zero.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, session chair and co-chair. Thank you to CHT and BPCL for providing me the opportunity to speak at this esteemed forum. Today, I'll be speaking on ethylene production pathways to net zero. So my presentation will go over ethylene as an overview as a molecule and what are the trends which are driving the global decarbonization. Then I'll go slightly into the technicalities of the cracking process where we can do the optimizations, followed by what are the pathways available from trim decarbonization all the way up to full electrification. And finally, the readiness of the technology based on what is the future roadmap and when it can be implemented, what is the readiness. So as we can see, globally, as oil demand declines and our refineries slowly transform into energy and chemical parks, ethylene is going to be the molecule that is going to transform this shift. We can see multiple uses of ethylene primarily into polyethylene or plastics. However, there are other uses, ethylene oxide, glycols, styrenes, alpha olefins. All speakers have also mentioned that Indian per capita plastic consumption is in the range of 10 kilo per person per year, whereas the global average is 30. Any modern car that we have presently is almost 20% of plastics in some way or the other, whether you're talking about the rubber in the tires, the car bumpers, or the polyols that make up the car foams. So global production for ethylene is projected to rise by 50% going ahead to 2050. However, there is a certain challenge with this technology of steam cracking because it has high scope 1 CO2 emissions in the range of 1.2 tons of CO2 emitted per ton of ethylene produced. So we'll try to see the pathways to reduce that emission. So going briefly into the steam cracking process. So it is basically a thermal process, and if I break down the process into three parts, it will be reaction, compression, and separation or chilling, followed by recovery. Now the reactor here, it is a plug flow reactor, that is the radiant coil, which supplies the endothermic heat of reaction at high temperatures of 800 to 850 degrees centigrade, based on the feedstock being cracked, what is the cracking or extent or severity which we are looking for. And subsequent to that, the reactant products are quickly quenched in this transfer line exchanger to generate high pressure steam. And this steam is subsequently used to drive the turbines that compress the gas going further. Immediately after cracking, the products are quenched. And in that process, we separate fuel oil, which is the heaviest product, which is typically used for carbon black feedstock production. Following that, the products move to the charge gas or the cracked gas compressor machine, which is typically a multi-stage machine which increases the pressure of the stream in order to aid the separation. And in between there is CO2 H2S removal, that is caustic and amine wash to remove the acid gases, followed by drying and chilling. Now this chilling block, although it's been represented simply as a single particular exchanger, this is an extensive chilling process involving multiple brazed aluminum or specialized heat exchangers with very close approach. And there are multiple levels of refrigerant we have also in this plant, ranging all the way from ethylene refrigerant at -100, propylene at -40, and multi-component refrigeration available at temperatures lower than -130. So in the chilling train, hydrogen and tail gas are separated. Basically, this is to reduce the ethylene losses in the fuel gas. We can chill all the way up to -160 degrees, followed by the separation in the downstream. Now, in the downstream section, the separation section, it involves primarily acetylene and MAPD conversion reactors, which help to improve the ethylene and propylene yields. Like acetylene is selectively hydrogenated to ethylene, and methyl acetylene and propadiene is selectively hydrogenated to propylene. Now, with the C4 molecules, that is the final C4 molecules from the debutanizer, we have C4 mix and pi gas. There is optionality to separate the butadiene as a product, and also butene 1, which is a co-monomer used in polymer production processes. For the pi gas stream, we'll separate typically benzene, and if the feedstock permits, also toluene and xylene, based on whatever feed we are cracking, what is the yield, whether it is economic to separate or not. And the rest of the pi gas can be blended into the gasoline pool, looking at the properties. Now, if we do a quick SWOT analysis of the steam cracking process, looking at the strengths, so it's well known that this is the most established process to produce ethylene globally. Still, till date, 95% of the ethylene produced globally is produced by the steam cracking process, although there are a lot of FCC processes which can improve propylene production, but nobody's been able to beat ethylene production via steam cracking. Now, the weakness lies because this is quite an energy-intensive process. Being an endothermic process operating at high temperatures, it entails significant scope 1 emissions, around 1.2 tons of CO2 per ton of ethylene, which we are trying to abate. Now, opportunity-wise, there are multiple decarbonization opportunities going all the way from optimization all the way to electrification. And threat-wise, with the coming in of the carbon pricing and the carbon credit trading scheme, decarbonization is no longer going to be a choice moving forward. It is going to be a directive. Now here we analyze what are the global feedstocks typically used for steam cracker. So if you see here, like there are a multitude of feeds, but it's mostly dominated by ethane and naphtha. Availability of ethane is prominent specifically in the US Gulf Coast due to shale fracking. Also availability of ethane in the Middle East, whereas naphtha is predominant in Asia Pacific, and with more and more refinery petrochemical integration, a lot of naphtha is going to come into steam cracking. LPG, like propane, butane, LPG molecule is also one of the feedstocks that we use. Apart from that, there are a lot of refinery streams which we try to valorize, such as refinery off-gases having high ethylene content. Again, looking at the sulfur content of the streams, we are able to process other straight chain or cyclic chains, obviously non-aromatic. Now, looking at the global output, both ethane and naphtha are going to increase moving forward as we go ahead with the increase in petrochemical demand globally. Now, looking at the cracking yields, so ethane cracking yields, ethane yields around 80% of ethylene if you look at the ultimate yield, whereas if we look at something like naphtha, we are able to get a suite of olefins. So when we look at the yield of the products, we typically look at the high-value chemicals or HVCs, what is defined in Solomon. So it primarily includes ethylene, propylene, benzene, butadiene, and hydrogen. So these collectively are called the high-value chemicals. High-value chemicals yield for typical naphtha cracker is in the range of 60%, whereas for ethane cracker, it's in the range of 83 to 85%, primarily driven by the ethylene yield. Now, availability of feedstock, again, it is driven by competitiveness and feedstock cost. We have something called the cash cost of ethylene production. That is the cost required to produce 1 ton of ethylene from a different feedstocks. So, ethane being an advantaged feed has a low cost of ethylene, cash cost of ethylene production in the range of $200 to $300 per ton, whereas naphtha hinges somewhere in the range of $700 to $800 per ton. Now, moving ahead with the optimization measures. Now, in a steam cracker, when we are trying to optimize OPEX, we are trying to reduce the specific energy, that is the energy required, total energy required to produce 1 ton of ethylene. So it's a combination of fuel gas, steam, and power. And as part of the specific energy, 70% of the energy consumption comes from fuel firing in the steam cracking furnaces. So optimizing the fuel firing can be the first incremental step towards decarbonization. Typically, oxygen control, it's well known that our cracking heaters operate with excess oxygen. It's stoichiometrically defined to operate at 10% with fuel gas, but many a times we observe that operators are unable to maintain, or due to some tramp air leakages or other reasons, there is excess oxygen into the firebox. When we are putting excess oxygen to the firebox, we are having the penalty to have to preheat this air to bring it to the reaction temperature, resulting in fuel loss. So trim oxygen control is the first step, obviously looking at the CO, because we do not want uncombusted material in the firebox from the process safety reason. And also, there can be convection section leakages via tramp air. So those leakages also can happen over a period of time in an existing cracker, which we should try to minimize via regular oxygen surveys, especially at the arch and the stack, looking at the air ingress. And also, we typically try to maintain the burners. I think this is standard philosophy. Then towards the advanced monitoring, there is this TDLS analyzer, which results in trimmer oxygen and CO control that has been implemented at some of the crackers, and APC also helps to adjust the air-fuel ratio. We also have the robotic cleaning of the convection tubes to reduce the stack temperature and improve furnace efficiency. Now, next concept I'll talk about is air preheating. Now, air preheating is very common in the refineries, but it's not so prevalent in the steam crackers. So we can valorize the stack effluent going from the steam cracking furnace stacks and preheat it to heat the ambient air coming into the furnace. Obviously, this is again limited by dew point considerations to avoid stack acid corrosion. With APH, we are able to reduce the fuel consumption by around 10%. However, this will require ducting, the capex for ducting, as well as the OPEX for IDFD fans. And since we are now preheating the air, it will come with higher NOx emissions or nitrous oxides, which has to be mitigated either by special type of low NOx burners or introducing a SCR bed in the convection section that absorbs the NOx. Now, advancement of the conventional air preheating is the Technip proprietary low emission cracking furnace. Now, this combines the principles of air preheating along with a special design of the transfer line exchanger, which allows, I'll show it here, this transfer line exchanger, it's a proprietary design. This has closer approaches and better integration, and this can result in trimmer oxygen controls, overall resulting in 30% lower fuel gas consumption. So this technology is already being deployed in steam crackers in China and India. There are demonstrated references in place, and this is, I think, going for patent currently. And it's also ready for 100% hydrogen firing and carbon capture, as I'll speak. So next is the GT integration. Now, typically in a cracker, we have a gas turbine followed by HRSG at the OSBL. Now, if we integrate the GT exhaust at 500 with the steam cracker, we are able to reduce the fuel gas consumption. And as we can see in this particular example, we are overall able to reduce the specific consumption of the steam cracker by around 20% with the GT integration. This will also increase the NOx that has to be mitigated somehow by low NOx burners or other methods. Next, I'll talk about the electrification of drives. Now, steam cracker is highly energy intensive, and conventionally the compressors have been driven by either extraction turbines or extraction condensing turbines, which have very low efficiency up to the range of 40–45%. Now we are going towards electrification, which has around 90 to 95% efficiency, and we get benefit of this efficiency, as well as we can get good benefit in payback in high utility cost regions. So this is already in demonstration, and high power compressor drives up to 75 megawatt are also under design. Then I'll talk about hydrogen firing. Now, hydrogen firing generates no CO2. However, it has issues with flame speed, which increases the flashback risk. Now, this can be mitigated with special type of burner design, and it also has higher flame temperature, so we need to ensure that the firebox is designed for that higher temperature. And also the heat balance shifts, because the calorific value per unit mass for hydrogen is much higher, resulting in lower flue gas generation and the convection section lower duty.
So imagine you have to go to last slide.
Yes. So I think we've spoken about the electric furnace. My colleague has already spoken, Mr. Sunil from Linde. That is one of the technologies under place, and also carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. I'll just quickly go through this rotodynamic reactor, which uses the principle of rotodynamics to replace the radiant coil with a specific reactor. Now, this reactor increases the velocity of the molecules to supersonic speeds, and with the help of diffuser, it decelerates and heats up the whole mixture. This is under demonstration by a company called Coolbrook, and 20% higher ethylene yields have been proven via this technology. So to summarize, around 30% emission reduction via low emissions furnace, 90% via electrification. We have the CANSOLV and other technologies for carbon capture storage, which we can convert into methanol or other chemicals, and hydrogen firing, where we can improve the capture to 90%. So going forward, optimization, air preheating, these are available right now. GT integration also available right now. Hydrogen firing and CCUS, these require some de-risking. And electric furnace and rotodynamic reactors, these are under design. And up to 2030, these are presumed to be available. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We had seen in the presentation, if you want to really achieve net zero in ethylene production technology, we need a bold technology transition from electrical furnaces to hydrogen firing and carbon capture. Thank you. I'll invite last speaker of this session, Dr. Bharati Panigrahi from HP Green R&D Center, to talk about scaling up AEM electrolyzers to megawatt capacity, key challenges and mitigation strategies.
Good morning, all the delegates and the audience, my colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank CST with BPCL to giving me this opportunity to speak about the anion exchange membrane electrolyzer technology, which is an indigenous in-house developed technology in this eminent audience. And thank you, the session chair, co-chairperson, for a warm welcome. So, today I'll be discussing like the scaling of AEM electrolyzer technology to megawatt capacity. What are the challenges we faced, and what are the paths that we have adopted to mitigate these challenges? So before starting this, we know hydrogen has long been held as a cornerstone for this clean energy, clean fuel energy transition. As the world paves the way to decarbonize mostly the energy and the hard-to-abate sector, hydrogen provide a very promising alternate fuel with many versatility properties it has. But while we are scaling up this technology, hydrogen production technology, it fought with many challenges, starting from the cost, the technological limitations, along with the regulation and the policies. So today I'll be discussing overall, like globally how, I'll just touch upon on the energy transition, how globally the energy transition is happening along with the life cycle analysis. So this will be my content that I'll be covering today. So what is the life cycle analysis of the global emission and the hydrogen demand? I'll touch upon a little bit on the material security also, like one of the main important factor of the energy trilemma. What is the HPCL R&D approach for the green hydrogen technology? And what are the challenges that we have faced while scaling up this technology, electrolyzer technology to the 1 megawatt? And how we have reduced substantially the CapEx and OpEx. So before starting, let's discuss the global energy consumption, 592 exajoule, which is 10 to the power 18 joule. In 2024, we have consumed this much of energy. Out of that, we can see substantial contribution of the fossil fuel, that is 86.7%, whereas the nuclear, hydro, and the other renewable contribution is only 13.5%. So if we see the contributor basically, and what is the projection by 2050, so there is a substantial 4x increase in the electricity generation being predicted from 28 terawatt hour to 110,000 terawatt hour by 2050. And here we can see that the contribution of wind and solar will be increased substantially. If we see the hydrogen production, the current hydrogen utilization is around 97 million metric ton, and there is a prediction that it will go up to 800 million metric ton production per year because of the many industry and the refinery consumption. So for that, we need around 7,000 gigawatt of the electrolyzer. So what is the current electrolyzer installation, like the capacity and how the market is going up? On that also I'll touch upon. So we can see like on the passenger vehicle fleet also by using the EVs and also the total transmission and the distribution power line length. So there is a substantial prediction of increase in this sector too. So now discussing on the life cycle emission, any first generation renewable energy technology, whether it is wind or solar, it doesn't come directly from the green energy. First generation always use the grid power, and for that we can see there is a little amount of CO2 emission, but when we will compare with the fossil fuel, there is a 10 to 100x lower emission compared to the coal and the gas. If we will discuss about the passenger vehicle, the IC engine that basically emit 240 giga CO2, ton per giga CO2 per kilometer. And here if we see the electric vehicle and the decarbonized electric vehicle, basically electric vehicle from China and the decarbonized electric vehicle from Sweden, there is a substantial 91% reduction of the CO2 emission we can see in the life cycle emission. If you see the electrolyzer, the hydrogen production, so the normal conventional SMR process, if we compare with the electrolysis with the 100% uses of the green energy while making its all the components along with its life cycle. So here we can see there is a 80% reduction in the CO2 emission that has been calculated by the IEA. So this slide are discussed yesterday by ISA group. So I'll just touch upon few points. So here, one point I want to emphasize is China is accounting 1/3 of the global demand. And if we compare the second country which uses most of the hydrogen is the US, but the China demand is more than double compared to the US. And if you see the uses of the the hydrogen by the refinery, there is a prediction that by 2030, the uses of the hydrogen in the refinery will come down from the 43 million metric ton to 35 million metric ton. And if we see the low emission hydrogen production, there may be a substantial increase to 49 million ton per annum by 2030. So the capture of the different, if we discuss about the different electrolyzer technology and how which technology is basically capturing the market. So here we can see that the alkaline is basically capturing the market more than 60% compared to the PEM, which as we know, these two are the mature technology that is exist commercially from more than decades. And but there is a major concern on the FID, that is the final investment decision. Though we are predicting that by 2030, 230 gigawatt of the electrolyzer installation will take place globally, but we can see by 2023, only 1.4 gigawatt electrolyzer installation have happened. And why there is a decrease in this capacity installation of electrolyzer? Because only 4% of this installation capacity has crossed the final investment decision, which is a concern for the green hydrogen electrolyzer manufacturer or who wants to enter into the business, which is really a concern. But one good thing is, if we compare with the previous years, like 2021 to the 2024, there is a 9x growth of the electrolyzer installed capacity. And if we see the manufacturing capacity, there is a 4x growth. Though the FID clearance percentage is too low, but there is an increase in the installed and the manufacturing capacity of the electrolyzer. So let's see how this sector goes on in the future. Now I'll just touch upon on the material security. So these are basically the materials that we used in different components of this electrolyzer as a whole, starting from the electronics to wiring to catalyst, like the HER and the OER catalyst, transport and all. So let's see which country is mining and which country is refining. So here we can see that in the refining sector, China is basically refining most of the renewable energy-based material that we use in many sectors, whether it is battery or the solar or the wind or the electrolyzer. And so this high-level concentration, this increased the risk of supply shortage of to demand. And if we see the mining, also it has been concentrated to the few countries. Let's say platinum, it is Peru, or cobalt, it is the Congo. So it is very much concentrated to the few countries. Refining as a whole, it is pretty much China. Mining also, many materials being confined to a single country. So in this regard, NITI Aayog has planned for this domestic exploration and mining and refining of this critical mineral in India and globally too, which is a very good and welcoming step for the material security for India. But one good thing is, if you see the global distribution of these minerals, it is pretty broad. Because we can see like cobalt we can get in many countries like Argentina, Australia, like in many countries. So like this, many minerals are distributed in many countries globally. So of course the strategies needs to be changed, like how the mining and refining can be captured by the other countries along with the concentration distribution. And why the recycling of these materials are important. So here we can see that like the green bar is basically the demand of this material by 2030. So these are in the million metric ton unit. So if we see like the availability, like estimated mine supply, the red one, the second red one for each metal. So we can see if we are not recycling, there will be a substantial demand of this metal. So if we consider like the cobalt, which we normally use in our electrode, or the nickel, we can see for cobalt there will be a 40%, like the 40%, we don't have the metal for 40% if by 2023, if you want to use as an electrode for cobalt. So there will be a, like the unavailability of 15% of nickel. or copper, let us say 10%. So we have to think of like how we can recycle this material when some technology or any renewable energy is expiring. So this is another sector which we have to look into. So now coming to like what is our approach. So here we have mainly focused to the 3 approaches. So first is the cost effectiveness, then the low operational severity and efficiency. So here we have used the non-precious metals as a cathode and anode. Here we have controlled its physical property. We have used the low operational severity like less corrosive environment with the low operational temperature. And here we have improved the efficiency by improving the stack design. And also we got a very good purity where we don't need the deoxo unit. So this is the technology demonstration that we have done in the 10 kilowatt electrolyzer. So here we can see that the power consumption is less than 49.5 kilowatt hour. And the operational temperature is less than 60 degree with the KOH uses is only less than 5%, whereas the alkaline technology, it uses 38% of the KOH. So we have filed 6 patents for this technology. So here, so I just want to show the journey, like how we have came across from 1 kilowatt to the 10 kilowatt, for which we got the Best Innovation Award by CST last year for this HP anion exchange membrane technology, which we have scaled up to 1 megawatt equivalent stack. And here, what is the power consumption we get is around 47 to 48 kilowatt hour per kg of hydrogen production, which is a very good number. So now I would like to discuss what are the key challenges that we faced basically while scaling up this technology from, let us say, from 500 centimeter square active area left hand side to the 6,000 centimeter square, 0.6 meter square active area. So here, like when we have scaled up the electrolyzer, here you can see that there is a change in the shape from the rectangular to the circular. Because in the alkaline, we can, the operational parameters that we give, normally the alkaline, which is a decade well-established technology. So the operational parameters, especially the feed flow rate that we use. So there is a substantial difference between the feed flow rate that we use for a AEM and the alkaline. We have seen the alkaline in the circular stack all over the world. But as we have gone for the rectangular for the AEM, so here one challenge that we have faced when we have gone for a circular one, we have seen almost 15 to 20% black spot in the electrode. So that is the loss that we have faced that area. So now we are again going for the rectangular with the same 1 megawatt equivalent capacity. Then coming to the electrocatalyst deposition on this current collector. So we have adopted many different, when we have scaled up, we have adopted many different technology for coating these electrocatalysts on the current collector. So the normal one that we have used in our previous technology is the spray coating, but then we have gone for the plasma coating, where we have seen many challenges like leaching, variation in the current density drastically. So there are many challenges that we faced. So again, we have now gone for the spray coating to establish this technology. And we are in touch with 3 to 4 global and also Indian companies to establish the technology, how we can supply the hydrogen internally and also globally.
Madam,
so
you
there
have
are
to conclude quickly.
Yes, sir. So there are few challenges that we are facing to commercialize this one globally along with the few partners. So this is how this is what the electrocatalyst is, noble best metal, and this is how we have assembled the stack. If I discuss little bit on the working principle, basically there is a hybridization of the 3D and the 2p orbital of this transition metal and the oxygen, and accordingly there is a electron transfer from the T to G to the unoccupied EZ orbital, and that is how we basically control the HER and OER in a circular mode, and this is a bifunctional catalyst that we have used And this is the testing that we have done at 1.9 volt. And if we compare our technology with the existing one, here we can see that low severity with better efficiency. And also the power consumption is very less. So here we are claiming the capex reduction is 35% and the opex is 14%. So as the power consumption is low and we don't have a deoxo unit in the downstream because of the 99.96 purity of the hydrogen. So there we have saved 14% opex along with the low cost of the membrane and the catalyst. We have saved 35% of the opex. So the key takeaway is there is a substantial reduction of the capex and opex with the 1 megawatt equivalent electrolyzer stack. And this technology is ready and we are in collaboration with the few global and the Indian company to commercialize it. So, what are the challenges and opportunities? So we have already so round-the-clock availability of the reliable power and existing gray hydrogen utilization. This is another concern for the refineries, basically. So thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. With this, we have completed all the 5 presentations. Over to Anilji.
Thank you to all the speakers who have given some excellent presentations. Each of the presentations that we have had today and over the last 2 days is clearly brought out a message that in India, we have the brain power to develop the technologies indigenously through our own research, through our own engineering. But the key challenge that remains is that how do we move faster and quicker on these new technologies? So this can be done by a deeper collaboration between the research and the industry, and also by staying focused on competitiveness and the cost effectiveness of each of these technologies as we are scaling it up. Now, we can take the inspiration for quickly implementing these technologies from the refining sector, where we have indigenized a number of technologies, and they are available within the country, unlike, say, about 30, 40 years ago when we were actually outsourcing all these technologies. So if we can accelerate our progress on these technologies, we can certainly, not only meet the domestic demands, but we can also go as a global leader. So with that, I would like to thank Mr. Naidu for conducting this session so effectively. And I would extend my compliments to CHT and BPCL for having this outstanding platform for sharing the knowledge. And if we have got some questions on the app.
Thank you so much for a fantastic session. Great start to day 3, I must say. Can we hear a round of applause? We have received one question from the audience, so we wanted to call out the question. I will call out the question, sir. Please kindly direct the question to the person who will be appropriate to answer. The question is, how do the production economics of e-methane compare to those of e-methanol and 4G ethanol?
Hello? Hello? Yes. At this stage, that e-methane production cost is, as per the various studies indicate that still it is 2 to 3 times more than the e-ethanol, as well as the e-methanol production. This is as per the EU regulations report. So still it is not cost competitive.
Thank you so much. We have time to take maybe 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Any questions at all? Show of hands and we'll pass the mic. Any question from the audience? Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Yeah, this is again the question to Mr. Nandakumar. So when you said e-methane is produced by hydrogenation of CO2, how exactly you see it? Because 50% of the hydrogen is being consumed by oxygen, if I understand correctly, right? Because 2 moles is required for methane productions, 2 moles is also required for H2O, which is from CO2 to H2O, right? So how you justify this 50% hydrogen produced by electrolysis?
So I could not get your point, sir.
So point is, when we hydrogenate the CO2, by chemistry or by reaction, it is also producing H2O, because 2 moles of oxygens will take additional hydrogen. That means 50% of hydrogen is going to again produce the H2O, which we have utilized to produce hydrogen by electrolysis. So how you justify this additional hydrogen consumptions?
Yes, definitely, as per the stoichiometry, what you have indicated is correct. But if you see the overall that handling of this e-methane as compared to this hydrogen or with respect to other fuels, it will be very useful because we can leverage the existing infrastructure, etc. So in that aspect, it is hopeful that the e-methane will play an important role in the coming days. Even though this, with respect to this stoichiometry, it is a disadvantage. So that is the only option. That's why you can see 10 numbers of pilot projects as well as the commercial projects are being explored throughout the world. If they considered this as that much of disadvantage, then they would not have gone to that extent. And also EU Union as well as the Japan Gas Association also has given the mandate after considering all these factors into account. Am I explaining to your answer? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nandakumar. Any more questions? Perhaps we have time for one last question.
Hello.
This gentleman here in the front row, could you please pass the mic? Yes, sir, please go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Madhukar Garg. My question is to Mr. Somnath from HPCL. Heartiest congratulations for a very innovative technology. But as the name suggests, you're talking about HP coat, which is crude to olefins and aromatics. Have you developed any technology to recover aromatics from the FCC gasoline? Because it's not an easy feed to recover aromatics from.
For recovering aromatics, there is no technology. We have not developed anything.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Did I hear someone? Yes, please. One last question.
First of all, Mr. Samya Gito, thanks for your session. I just wanted to ask, with respect to any licensors or anyone who is working on GT integration with HRSG, with low NOx burners to get through the pathway for the net zero. Is it only BPCL working on it, or is there any more are working on those kind of, and how much economically viable this solution to implement for the commercial applications?
Thank you, sir, for your question. So just to clarify, BPCL is not working on these technologies. So what has been presented is what is available across licenses, across technologies globally. Now, coming to your questions, GT integration with HRSG is common in every OSBL power plant. GT integration with cracking furnaces is offered by multiple licensors globally. And going ahead, like there are typically 4 major steam cracker licensors. I think you would also be aware. I believe all are in position to offer this technology, and looking at the economics, typically the payback for 1 million tons steam cracker is in the range of 1.5 to 2 years based on high steam cost, specifically in Southeast Asia. That's what I can mention.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's the end of this session, Accelerating Indigenous Technology Development. What a fantastic session. Another round of applause, please, for our eminent speakers here on stage. With that, may I please request Mr. Anil Kumar to kindly step forward and present a memento to each of our speakers as a token of our appreciation, starting with Mr. Somnath Kukre. Thank you so much, sir, for adding value to this session and sharing your valuable thoughts with us. May I please request you all to put your hands together. Please keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the session speakers here on stage and thank them with the memento. Thank you, Mr. Himanshu Sharma, for your time and your valuable insights. Thank you so much, Mr. T. Nandakumar, for joining us this morning and giving us a fantastic presentation. Please keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. I request Mr. A.T. Naidu to kindly step forward and present a memento to our speaker, Mr. Samya Gupta. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and for sharing your thoughts. Ms. Bharti Panigrahi, thank you so much, ma'am, for your value add to this session. A round of applause, please. A humble request, please applaud and celebrate the speakers that we've had, because knowledge share, insights, discussions, this is exactly what the agenda is. With that, I invite Mr. U.K. Verma, Executive Director, EIL, on stage to present mementos to our esteemed chairpersons. Welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. And thank you, Mr. A.T. Naidu. Thank you all. May I please request everyone to step forward for a group picture. This truly has been a very, very informative session. A very informative session, and like I said, a brilliant start to day 3 of Energy Technology Meet. May I please request for a collective round of applause as we celebrate our speakers here on stage. Thank you once again. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break, a quick coffee tea break, but when you come back, it will be time for our last session of this year's ETM. So please take a break, and we'll see you all at 11:15 a.m. I repeat, 11:15 a.m. for session number 14. Technical session number 14 will happen here in this very same hall, Hall A. Session number 14 will commence at 11:15 a.m. We'll see you all soon. Thank you so much. Enjoy your break.
In a time of the global petrochemicals market grows rapidly, driven by industrial and consumer demand. Currently, steam crackers are the primary production methods. Traditional steam crackers are highly energy intensive due to their high severity operation. HP Green R&D has pioneered HP Coat, a technology that converts crude oil directly into high-value light olefins and aromatics.
In a time of
the global petrochemicals market grows rapidly, driven by industrial and consumer demand. Currently, steam crackers are the primary production methods. Traditional steam crackers are highly energy intensive due to their high severity operation. HP Green R&D has pioneered HP Coat, a technology that converts crude oil directly into high-value light olefins and aromatics using fluid catalytic cracking. This innovative process achieves impressive yields of over 50 weight percentage while minimizing unwanted byproducts. Armored with a customized reactor, HP Coat is poised to revolutionize the industry by efficiently producing vital petrochemical building blocks, enhancing productivity, and is also commercially sustainable.
Catalyst Manufacturing Unit. Catalyst plays a vital role in modern-day refining processes for achieving sustainable and desired product slates. Through concerted efforts and with its state-of-the-art facilities, Indian Oil R&D Center developed cutting-edge catalyst technologies for FCC and hydroprocessing technologies for the first time in India. As a strategic initiative, Indian Oil has ventured in setting up a catalyst manufacturing unit, CMU, first of its kind in the country at Panipat Refinery and petrochemical complex based on in-house developed technology. CMU has been successfully commissioned with manufacture of IMAC series ZSM5 based FCC additives and IndiCat series DHDT catalysts. The milestone marks a significant leap towards self-sufficiency in the technology-driven empire of refining catalysts. Indian Oil once again demonstrates its leadership position in technology development and commercialization for marching ahead towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliance in catalysts manifests Indian Oil's core value, nation first.
Inspired by nature's molecular precision, IZN22 is a revolutionary
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains.
The global petrochemicals market grows rapidly, driven by industrial and consumer demand. Currently, steam crackers are the primary production methods. Traditional steam crackers are highly energy intensive due to their high severity operation. HP Green R&D has pioneered HP Coat, a technology that converts crude oil directly into high-value light olefins and aromatics using fluid catalytic cracking. This innovative process achieves impressive yields of over 50 weight percentage while minimizing unwanted byproducts. Armored with a customized reactor, HP Coat is poised to revolutionize the industry by efficiently producing vital petrochemical building blocks, enhancing productivity, and is also commercially sustainable.
Catalyst Manufacturing Unit. Catalyst plays a vital role in modern-day refining processes for achieving sustainable and desired product slates. Through concerted efforts and with its state-of-the-art facilities, Indian Oil R&D Center developed cutting-edge catalyst technologies for FCC and hydroprocessing technologies for the first time in India. As a strategic initiative, Indian Oil has ventured in setting up a catalyst manufacturing unit, CMU, first of its kind in the country at Panipat Refinery and petrochemical complex based on in-house developed technology. CMU has been successfully commissioned with manufacture of IMAX series ZSM5 based FCC additives and IndyCat series DHDT catalysts. The milestone marks a significant leap towards self-sufficiency in the technology-driven empire of refining catalysts. Indian Oil once again demonstrates its leadership position in technology development and commercialization for marching ahead towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliance in catalysts manifests Indian Oil's core value: nation first.
Inspired by nature's molecular precision, IZN22 is a revolutionary polypropylene catalyst, an entirely indigenous innovation. Utilizing IMAG.
लोग अक्सर कहते हैं कि ये है नया इंडिया, लेकिन ऐसी क्या खास बात है नए इंडिया में? शहर भले ही छोटे हों, ख्वाब बड़े ही बनता है नया इंडिया। अपने हाथों से अपनी कहानी खुद लिखने का दम रखता है नया इंडिया। नए इंडिया की सोच में सबको बराबर अधिकार है।
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centres in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Centre in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Centre in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated...
The global petrochemicals market grows rapidly, driven by industrial and consumer demand. Currently, steam crackers are the primary production methods. Traditional steam crackers are highly energy intensive due to their high severity operation. HP Green R&D has pioneered HP Coat, a technology that converts crude oil directly into high-value light olefins and aromatics using fluid catalytic cracking. This innovative process achieves impressive yields of over 50 weight percentage while minimizing unwanted byproducts. Armored with a customized reactor, HP Coat is poised to revolutionize the industry by efficiently producing vital petrochemical building blocks, enhancing productivity, and is also commercially sustainable.
Catalyst Manufacturing Unit. Catalyst plays a vital role in modern-day refining processes for achieving sustainable and desired product slates. Through concerted efforts, and with its state-of-the-art facilities, Indian Oil R&D Centre developed cutting-edge catalyst technologies for FCC and hydroprocessing technologies for the first time in India. As a strategic initiative, Indian Oil has ventured in setting up a Catalyst Manufacturing Unit, CMU, first of its kind in the country at Panipat Refinery and petrochemical complex based on in-house developed technology. CMU has been successfully commissioned with manufacture of IMAX series ZSM5 based FCC additives and IndyCat series DHDT catalysts. The milestone marks a significant leap towards self-sufficiency in the technology-driven empire of refining catalysts. Indian Oil once again demonstrates its leadership position in technology development and commercialization for marching ahead towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliance in catalysts manifests Indian Oil's core value, nation first.
Inspired by nature's molecular precision, IZN22 is a revolutionary polypropylene catalyst, an entirely indigenous innovation. Utilizing iMagnib, a novel magnesium precursor based on never-reported, never-tried chemistry, unprecedented sub-nano level control is achieved, resulting in structural perfection and exceptional performance. Strong global patents protect this breakthrough. With world-leading mileage benchmark, IZN22 Catalyst delivers significant cost savings and productivity gains. Superior hydrogen and donor response ensures stable, flexible operations across a wide range of product profiles. Lower steam and power consumption contribute to sustainability. This success is driven by seamless interdivisional collaboration.
Gradual olefins and aromatics technology, an indigenous crude to chemicals technology, invented, patented and commercialized first in the world by MRPL Innovation Center. On India's west coast stands a symbol of innovation, Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited. For the 4th consecutive year, MRPL Innovation Center has been recognized nationally. The essence of science is independent thinking, hard work, and not equipment. GOAT, the gradual olefins and aromatics technology, is the living embodiment of that spirit. Conceived, designed, and perfected within MRPL's Innovation Center, it stands as proof that creativity can triumph over scale. With focused resources, relentless experimentation, and a team united by purpose, GOAT was born not from abundance, but from ingenuity and perseverance. GOAT enables direct, deep catalytic cracking of crude and paraffinic into high-value petrochemical molecules, olefins and aromatics, within the same reactor hardware traditionally used for FCC unit. Demanded 3 massive refinery units, crude distillation, VGO cracking and steam cracking, now happens in one integrated reactor. The result? Up to 60 weight percent petrochemicals or 90 weight percent fuels, with 40 to 60% less energy use and a dramatic cut in CO2 emissions. This is the future of refining. Compact, efficient, and sustainable. In a landmark achievement, MRPL engineers successfully converted a full-scale PFCC unit into JOAT, entirely in-house. No foreign licenses, no imported design packages, only Indian minds, Indian tools, and Indian resolve. This complete indigenous transformation showcases MRPL Innovation Center's technological capability, the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the drive of Make in India, and the vision of a Viksit Bharat in action. Beyond its reactors and catalysts, JOAT is powered by intelligence, an AI-driven real-time optimizer built on first principles modeling and machine learning, continuously fine-tunes operations, learning, adapting, and improving every hour. Every barrel processed becomes smarter, cleaner, and more valuable, ensuring maximum efficiency with minimal environmental footprint. Designed in India, ready for the world. GOAT is drawing global attention as refineries seek to become energy chemical complexes. From the Arabian Gulf to East Asia, MRPL's innovation is inspiring a new era of collaboration, efficiency, and carbon-aware refining. GOAT, born of Indian ingenuity, driven by science, and built for a sustainable global future. MRPL. Innovation, excellence, energy.
In a time of significant transformation in the energy sector, Baker Hughes remains committed to its mission of driving sustainable energy development. We are shaping a future where innovation and sustainability work hand in hand to take energy forward. As a rapidly evolving market, India is key to Baker Hughes' growth, supported by its strong economy, skilled workforce, and commitment to energy security. Since 1995, Baker Hughes has been a dedicated partner to India, actively shaping the energy sector. With a team of over 2,900 professionals nationwide, we are partnering with our customers in country to provide leading technologies and solutions that drive productivity and improve outcomes for India's energy sector. Our presence encompasses advanced manufacturing, cutting-edge research, and innovative digital tech hubs. In 2019, we became one of the first companies in our sector to commit to net zero carbon. From offshore developments to onshore operations, we provide expertise and resources for energy security. Together with our customers, we are advancing towards a cleaner, more efficient energy future for India. Baker Hughes has developed an ecosystem of state-of-the-art facilities across India, supporting our local and global operations. Our technology centers in Mumbai and Pune are at the heart of Baker Hughes' digital strategy, harnessing next-gen technologies like edge computing, AI, and machine learning. Our Energy Technology Centre in Bangalore is an innovation hub where cutting-edge research drives advanced engineering solutions in areas like additive manufacturing, materials engineering, and digital technology. In our Global Software Centre in Kochi, we develop next-generation software focused on remote operations and real-time monitoring, supporting our local and global operations. Our Talegaon facility focuses on industrial solutions, energy technology, and distribution. It includes dedicated BN and Panametrics production lines and a full-stream Waygate, Panametrics, and NABL-certified Druk Services lab. At our Coimbatore valve manufacturing plant, innovation meets execution. This facility features our Engineering Centre of Excellence and Special Application Engineering, CEL. Our digital hubs in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore are supporting the country's digital transformation and strengthening Baker Hughes' global digital infrastructure. Each of these facilities not only drives technological advancements, but also supports our mission to build a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We are continuously working on identifying, qualifying, and developing local vendors to enhance India's energy ecosystem and support Baker Hughes' local and global operations, while prioritizing efficient supply chain practices. Our commitment to sustainability and corporate social responsibility will continue to guide us. We align our CSR initiatives with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, empowering communities through education, skill development, and clean energy projects. We are committed to uplifting communities and protecting our planet. We are keen to meet India's growing energy needs while securing a cleaner, more sustainable future for India. With over 30 years of commitment to India, we are dedicated to driving the country's sustainable energy development. We're not just envisioning a better tomorrow, we're making it a reality. Together, we take energy forward.
Nature is a miracle. Nurture it. Energy is joy. Spread it. Clean air is life. Protect it. Exploring the immense possibilities of natural gas. GAIL India Limited. Energizing possibilities for a self-reliant India.
Energy powers progress. It drives industries, fuels transportation, and sustains everyday life. At HPCL, we are more than energy providers. We are architects of a sustainable future. With a legacy spanning 5 decades, we have evolved from pioneers in India's oil and gas sector to key drivers of the nation's energy revolution, ensuring energy security for a Vikasit Bharat. Since 1974, HPCL has fueled India's industrialization. From a few cities to a billion dreams, our extensive retail and distribution network ensures energy access nationwide. Our refining capacity, anchored by Mumbai and Visakhapatnam, has expanded through strategic partnerships in Mangalore, Bathinda, and the upcoming Rajasthan refinery. We have also revolutionized Indian households, bringing LPG to nearly 100 million homes and providing smoke-free kitchens for a healthier lifestyle. Our pipeline network spans thousands of kilometers, ensuring efficient fuel transportation while reducing emissions. Beyond legacy, we are driving the future. HPCL is at the forefront of India's clean energy transition, investing in green hydrogen, biofuels to reduce carbon emissions. Our EV charging stations, LNG corridors, and compressed biogas facilities are accelerating sustainable energy adoption. HPCL also plays a vital role in powering critical sectors like aviation, railways, agriculture, and manufacturing. Our
Energy Technology Meet, a landmark gathering of visionaries,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after a short break. We will commence the session, but before that, may I please request the speakers to step forward and occupy the front row. Please be seated in the front row. To all the speakers, a humble request. Kindly step forward and occupy the front row. Thank you. Good morning. For those of you who have just joined us, a warm welcome. Please remain seated. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the last technical session for ETM 2025, which will commence shortly. But in the meantime, requesting everyone to settle down. Settle down. Thank you. People at the back, may I please request you all to step forward and occupy the chairs at the front, the empty chairs at the front, please. People at the back. Thank you, thank you. Stage right, people at the back. Please step forward, gentlemen. Please step forward and occupy the chairs in the front. A lot of empty chairs in the front. We would like to make it look as full as possible, at least with the number of people we have. So requesting everyone to step ahead, please. Step forward and occupy the empty chairs at the front first. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A humble request, if people at the back can move ahead and occupy the chairs in the front, it's easier for the presenters also to look at the audience that's closer, considering the fact that the hall looks empty. So may I please request everyone seated here to please step forward. Yes, sir, you. Gentlemen, I'm talking. Yes, good, sir, please. The entire batch, if you could just move ahead, please occupy the empty chairs at the front. With that, welcome back. After a break, it is time for the last session. This is the last session for ETM 2025. So far, all these sessions have been really fantastic, giving us breakthrough ideas, great insights and learnings. Continuing the same momentum, we have the last session. The topic of discussion being digital and deep tech disruption for resilient refining. May I please request you all to put your hands together and join me in giving our chairpersons a warm welcome to the stage. Put your hands together for Mr. R.C. Agarwal, Executive Director, CHT. Welcome, sir. His areas of interest, ladies and gentlemen: process plant system reliability, energy transition systems. His achievements, to name a few, played a pivotal role in spearheading major projects, including the revamp of a hydrocracker and lubricants unit, replacement of catalytic cracking reactor, setting up facilities for the transportation of intermediate refinery products, etc. He was also responsible for establishing systems to enhance the refinery's reliability. Once again, a big round of applause as we welcome Mr. R.C. Agarwal. Welcome, sir. Joining him on stage is Mr. U.K. Verma, Executive Director, EIL. Please put your hands together for Mr. U.K. Verma. He's deeply interested in process design of renewable energy, fertilizers, refineries, petrochemicals, coal, petcoke, lignite, gasification and power plants. Involved in design, detail engineering, feasibility studies, technology licensor selection, etc. of various facilities in oil, gas, petrochemical and other chemical industries. A warm welcome to Mr. U.K. Verma. Thank you so much for being here, sir. And now take the opportunity to welcome our distinguished speakers who will delve deep into the topic of digital and deep tech disruption for resilient refining. May I please request you all to put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Narendra Kumar Palalugu, Engineers India Limited. Welcome, sir. Our next speaker joining us on dais is Mr. Appanu Sushwant Reddy, MRPL. Welcome, sir. Please keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Ashwani Malhotra, IIT Delhi. Welcome, sir. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shailesh Bansal, Lamas, and Mr. Uday Prabhu Desai from Detect. Welcome, gentlemen. Although this is the last session for ETM 2025, this is equally going to be very insightful for all of us. Before I let the moderators take over, a quick reminder, we have QR codes. Can we reduce the volume? Thank you so much. We have QR codes placed at different corners. Any questions at all, kindly scan the QR code and send us your questions. The moderators will direct the questions to respective speakers towards the end of the session if time permits. Do not forget to scan the QR code and keep your questions ready and enjoy the session. Over to the moderators. Sir.
Thank you, Madam. This is the last session of ETM 2025. But what I can tell you, that to me, it is one of the most important sessions. And the reason I say so is because if there is anything today that can cause disruption when it comes to refining, it is digital. Let me explain why I say so. You see, whenever we do any activity, it is basically a process. And that process has many value-added and non-value-added activities. The non-value-added activities don't contribute to the process. It's just something that we do. To remove these non-value-added activities is where digital steps in. The second aspect why I say it is disruptive. It is very easy to change hardware. Okay. You bring in the latest technology, you can replace it. But what is difficult to change what is it that is required to empower a human? It is digital. Our refineries, I know of the data. We want to improve our operational excellence. Somewhere to get people together, you find there are challenges. Challenges associated with how much a person knows, challenges associated with his behavior. How is it that you can bring about these changes? It is through these digital interventions. If we talk about digital twins, these are all technologies, but the core purpose, in my opinion, is to remove non-value-added activities. It is to empower the human behind refining. We have my colleague, Mr. Verma. I'll ask him to take the session forward. Thank you. Thank you for being there.
Thank you, sir. Well, as told by my co-chair, that digitalization is a thing which is touching in each and every aspect of our life. So similarly, this industry, energy sector, refinery, petchem is also deeply influenced. So we are lined up with the rich presentations by the speakers. So without losing any time, I'd like to call the speakers one by one, and a gentle request to all the speakers that to limit your presentations within the allocated time of 15 minutes. And the very first speaker, Mr. Narendra Kumar Paladugu, please go ahead for the presentation.
Respected Session Chairperson, Shri R.C. Agarwal, Executive Director, Center for High Technology. Respected Session Chairman, Shri Upendra Kumar Verma, Executive Director, Technical Engineers India Limited, and fellow distinguished speakers and delegates of Energy Technology Meet of ETM 2025. A warm welcome to this last session on digital and deep technological disruption for resilient refining. As the world is witnessing fast changes in terms of climate change, energy usage, feedstocks, there is also fast change in addressing challenges that require to tame climate change. Also from economics point of view, energy efficiency in refining sector contribute to higher profit margins and better financial stability. By consistently monitoring energy usage and encouraging a proactive culture of sustainability, the equipment can significantly reduce their environmental footprint as well as operational costs. With this perspective, I will deep delve into my presentation. The presentation covers the application of energy intelligent digital tools developed in Engineers India Limited to improve the efficiency and minimize the cost. Here, as we all know, that had been associated in the energy sector in the country since decades. And with the know-how developed over the period of this transition from very beginning of independent India to the current stage where we are competing as the third largest economic power, which we are going to achieve soon. So using the expertise that has been acquired, we are able to come up with digital tools for several applications. I have 3 applications to share in this presentation. The first one is, we call it as INCHP CHP. We have trademarked this term. That is combined heat and power optimization tool for refining industry or any energy intensive sector. We can use this tool. Though the topic is not a new one, but we find value in achieving an optimal operation of existing assets always drives to look for saving in the cost. The generation of steam and power consumes roughly about 40 to 50% of total energy consumed in a refinery. Refinery steam power network normally starts with small capacities and go on in revamps and expansions throughout its life, and created a big network of challenge to address it and use the assets to the optimum point. So there comes this CHP tool developed by Engineers India Limited to come to the task of optimization. The utility generators may have different fuels ranging from natural gas, petcoke, fuel oil, naphtha, and utilities such as BFW, boiler feed water, steam, and also the consumers on the other side, steam, power. So there are various strategies that could lead to operate the utility system with existing hardware constraints for a given process. Identifying the strategy is one part, and implementation actually is required where you can get the most out of the tool. This combined heat and power network is nothing, it is synonymous to steam and power network. The trade-off between steam and power system is especially significant since multiple generating facilities and consumers exist, due to the fact that also excess power nowadays can be exported to grid and get the benefit of the existing assets. This gives the generic background of the steam generation sources and consumers. The sources include utility boilers, waste heat boilers like heat recovery steam generators, extraction steam, and PRDS, pressure recovery desuperheaters. Consumers consist of strippers, which consumes a lot of stripping steam, process heaters, jacketing, turbines, soot blowing, safety system. Safety systems such as, if you consider cracker operation, ethylene crackers, where during the shutdown period you need to switch over to the steam dilution to protect the equipment. Other perspective includes power generation and sources. The major power generators are two, that are gas turbines and steam turbine generators. Consumers are mainly the compressors, pumps, lighting equipment, heat ventilation, and air conditioning systems. The energy consumption cost differs from equipment to equipment because there is variance in the technology available at the time of purchase of the equipment, and over a period you come across several new techniques which are actually there in the market, but we are not able to utilize because in the plant we have already invested capex. And they are associated with varying production efficiencies, and the fuel availability will decide the cost also, and supply efficiency for extraction equipment and PRDS. So all these have several variables that are to be looked at overall perspective to optimize the cost and to achieve the net zero goals. So as you do in any improvement study, our digital tool also will pass through the same steps which requires initial data collection. And we have one in-house developed tool which we use it for adding some intelligence to the data so that the data collected from the plant will fall into the consistency that is required for mass and energy balance. Otherwise, any myths or what we call it as the not actual mirrors of the plant. There are some outliers available in the plant always. We try to minimize those outliers, but practically if you are calculating based on the measured false measurements, that will not, that will hamper your goal to achieve the optimization. So we have an in-house developed tool for reconciliation and gross error detection for the data collected before going for next step of the model. So after collecting all the data, we establish the existing network and identify the constraints in the existing network and develop the initial network that will replicate the plant. And before jumping into the optimization strategy, we take the performance of the equipment over a period of time for boilers, steam generators, turbines, and develop the correlations that are required for finding the optimum point. Because the equipment is associated with age and several kind of variations in the kind. If you see the GT, so we are seeing the variations over a period of time. And the fuels that are adding also have different variations and they have different kind of efficiencies associated with it. The optimization of the complex system is based on linear program approach. As I said, based on the operating data of boiler performance equation is fitted by twofold equation of efficiency and performance. Efficiency of boiler is taken as a function of boiler stack temperature and oxygen content in the flue gas. Similarly, the fuel quantity is taken as a function of efficiency and the steam generated. Likewise, similar equations are obtained for GTs and HRSGs also. In case of GT, the fuel fired is taken as a function of power produced and ambient temperature. And the steam produced in HRSG is taken as a function of fuel fired in GT, auxiliary fuel, and ambient temperature. For STG, the HP steam required is taken as a function of power generated from STG as well as quantity of LP steam extracted and quantity of HP steam extracted. So over the period of data that is available across the plant, we will obtain those data and fit into the correlations which we can use it for optimization strategy. So the problem will be set up based on the constraints. The objective function is to minimize the cost of the producing power and steam and utilizing the existing assets. It looks very trivial and obvious, but once we start delving and deep into deep, so you find some challenges to have addressing the optimal point. We have tested this tool in industry and it has created some huge benefit to the clients. The output of the digital tool is...
Narendra, you have to speed up the presentation. So 3 more minutes are there.
Sorry, I am not getting.
Three more minutes are there.
Yeah, thank you. So, by using this digital tool, we can find out the optimal point and achieve the net zero goals as well as reduce the operational cost and give a lot of benefit and relief to the refiner since it improves the gross refining margin. So I will quickly go through the quick takeaways. It covers the entire steam and power system, condensate and major energy guzzlers. Establish optimum operating parameters to minimize energy costs on real time. Evaluating energy saving schemes refinery-wide basis by real benefit estimation. It can handle all types of fuel that are encountered in the refinery. Evaluate future stream and power demand scenarios. Results are provided quickly on monetary basis for various cases. Individual operating equipment can also be tested using this tool. The next topic is INJ RT HTR. It is an advanced tool, digital tool for identifying the problems in fired heaters and addressing and maximizing the efficiency as well as safe operational conditions for heater operations. The introduction to the heaters is not new, and that's why in the paucity of time I am quitting this slide. Yeah, this slide shows the amount of energy and the amount of energy that is recovered in a fired heater. The larger pie shows 60% is recovered in radiation, and if you add convective section, recovery in convective section, around 20%, and 9% if you add radiant convection with cast air preheater. And if you add one more glass air preheater, you will be able to recover another 3%. And at the end, the losses are associated with stack amounting up to 6% and 2% balance radiant losses. So in refineries, these fired heaters have been set up in phases, and earlier fired heaters, because of some capital constraint or the fuel availability at the low cost, they are not associated with air preheater and heat recovery equipments. But as we move on further, the efficiencies were improved by adding heat recovery equipments to the fire heaters. So the operation of fire heater is a combination of several factors like available fuel and its sulfur content, amount of additional air to achieve optimal performance, ambient conditions and process variations. So this tool can identify the existing data, the gaps in the existing data, and give several suggestions which are useful for trimming the excess air, damper setting, and so on. So, this slide can show the benefits that can be achieved on a 9 MMTPA refinery at minimum. The actual thing can be more than that. So 1% increase in efficiency can give a benefit of OPEX cost of around 6 crore. Coming to the last digital tool which we have developed for vacuum ejector system. We have an in-house tool for designing the ejectors. Based on that, we have further upgraded using the digital techniques available and finding out an optimum point for operating the multi-stage vacuum ejector system. So I am not spending much time on the general vacuum, multi-stage vacuum ejectors, as everybody is well aware of that. So, the core objective of this tool is how to identify the existing gap in the current vacuum multiple ejector system, where you can evaluate other opportunities available for, like introducing the liquid ring vacuum pump. So by adding liquid ring vacuum pump, how much you can benefit. At the click of a button, you can find out the benefits associated with the changing of the existing setup and the costs associated with it, and the payback you can identify. So we have already tested this tool in-house and found it very useful to share with the industry. If any opportunity is there, we would like to give our services using this very efficient tool. So as you see, the output of the software, it can generate.
Narendra, please quickly wind up the presentation. Yeah.
It can generate multiple scenarios at the click of button and give the cost associated with it. Based on the lowest cost, we can recommend the client. Thank you for the presentation and giving opportunity to CHT and BPCL and to all the participants for your patient hearing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Narendra. After a glimpse of all these AI tools towards optimization of the performance, our next speaker, Mr. Apanu Sushant Reddy, is going to present the next session.
Hello, respected. Is it audible? Respected chair, respected co-chair, and the audience. I am Sushwant from MRPL. We as a team developed this AI/ML technology called Mole Optics. Why we developed this is based on two factors. In any energy intensive refinery where we get petchem, the molecule level differential is important. Right molecule should enter the right unit. And if it happens in a real time, what will be the benefit? This is how the slides will proceed. If you see on the right hand side, there is a crude to chemical complex. This is how it is different from the normal petrochemicals, refineries, is that it produces 40% petchem with compared to 10% as per the actual refineries. As example, I can say, China was importing 9 MMTPA of paraxylene in the recent 4 to 5 years, but they have brought up a new petchem complex, Hengli, as well as in South Korea they have made one petchem. In this, they are producing 20 MMTPA of crude, they are processing. They are getting almost 5 MMTPA of paraxylene. This made paraxylene cost to shoot down. And optimization at this molecular level requires so many parameters, upstream, downstream, and various parameters like weight inlet, weight average inlet temperature. So, not only even petchem, even your CCR, isome, where C5, are essential. If you send more of C7, it might not give the efficient result. So, the model works on a principle that if you send, the model decides which molecule to send to which unit. And based on it will try to tweak the RON, which we'll see in the corresponding slides. Suppose this is a typical aromatic complex. We get feed from CDU, FCC, HCU, as well as DCU. All are wide ranges of feed. And all has complex naphtha ranges. We can tweak the platformer severity to get the respective yield. Also, this depends on the upstream distillation inputs. So, platformer, severity if you optimize using weight to get the corresponding C1 to C11 products. If you remove lighters from de-ethanizer, the rest you can share to RSU section. Why this is important? RSU. And molecular selection in this unit is important. Why? Because RSU, from there we are giving our lighters to sulfurylane system. The sulfurylane system can successfully extract C6 with a more concentration to benzene. If there is little tweaking in the molecule complex, then we have to increase the energy intensity, you have to reflex more to get the proper result. So, in the same way, the bottom of RCU, C8 to C11, we get paraxylene in this system. It is going to xylene column, we get tops as C8, the C8 is going to Perex. There we have all para, ortho, nitro, metabenzene as well as ethyl benzene. The Perex will try to optimize paraxylene and rest will go to isomer. There we have your natural equilibrium. It will try to convert your ortho, para, meta leftover into paraxylene back and it will send back to the xylene column. Whatever the leftover in the xylene column bottoms, C9 to C11, these are nothing but heaviers. This might increase the tail of your run. So preferably we'll use internal fuel oil. So coming back to the top of xylene column and top of heaviers column, C9 is going to Tatore, and from benzene column we are getting heaviers as C7. C7, C9 react to form the presence of disproportionation reaction to get C6 and C8. The ratio of methyl phenyls plays important role, the molecular level. So this is one of the key enablers for us to get a product which we will be sharing in the next corresponding slides. Okay. So to get the right molecule to the right unit, how we are dependent? We have to know the better grip of PONA. PONA means we have to go for a GC. GC might take 3 to 4 hours to get the result. But since these are energy intensive units and these require high amount of energy reflex, we cannot take that risk, we cannot take that savings. So what we did was that we can keep an online GC also. What it does, it can give results in a proper way, PONA analysis, everything. But GCs are of various types. Some GCs only give some results, like if you have a DHA GC, it is detailed hydrocarbon analyzer. It will give only full range naphtha details. If you have a UOP 744 GC, it gives BTX range. If we have FCC naphtha and DCU naphtha, we cannot use these GCs. We have to go for reformalizer. And these GCs are highly maintenance prone, and this has to be installed in the refinery where the weather, humidity, all are different, and the column is highly prone to damage. So this is the challenges we are facing in the current scenario. Also, your PONA gives feed cut. What if you give the feed cut based on molecular level, C5, C6? If you send only C5 and C6 to isome, or heavy as C8 to xylenide or parax, we can get the required result with less energy intensity. So, this model is not easy to adopt, but how we did, we will briefly explain. We as a team, what we did was, till now what data we had in the plant, we segregated based on plant operation, and we predicted upstream column parameters using our AIML model. The model is a 25 algorithms together as a software suite. This is one of its kind because the suite predicts not the bulk properties. Suite predicts the molecular level properties, one step above the bulk. So, we, with this data and our AIML model, hybrid model, we tested this for 4 to 5 months. Then we integrated this into DCS.
Mr. Reddy, one request, please get closer to the mic, please, so that audiences get...
Yes. Yeah. So please. We deployed through DCS, and we also have web-based app, which will learn continuously, self-learning model, and we can upgrade in between if required. And this is the first AI model developed by MRPL, and it's operational since 2019. What it does is, if you see the process and LIMS databases, the data collected will go to the process and LIMS database, and we code using Python or Scala or PHP or R. Depends on the efficiency algorithm, whichever we prefer to, we can code. And all we can store in our server, we can indicate in DCS. What is the novelty? In general, suppose if you take platformer, if there are less amount of n plus 2a or n plus 3.5a, we'll increase the weight, we'll get more of coke, we have a regenerator to burn it off. What if we have indication that you can reduce your paraffinic inlet to the stream, then you can decrease your weight average inlet temperature. Even if you decrease by 1 degree, you can increase your RON by 0.5 to 0.6, which will be shown in the corresponding slides. So, what the model says is, this is a summary page of our web page. We have integrated our CCR, HCU1, HCU2, and CDU in a stepwise manner. This is a summary stream. It will say, with respect to the throughput, n plus 2a, n plus 3.5a, and other parameters required, what is currently it is happening in the plant, as well as how it should have happened as per the model. The tweaking we can do using this summary sheet is advisory sheet. And how much we can save, that also this model can say. At the end of the day, what matters is energy conservation, which will be happening with this system. And the novelty is, real time you can able to predict. You are feeding your GC's data for training the model. So even if GC is late, the model can get through its self-learning system that it can develop what is the C5 cut, C6 cut in the system, and it will show how to operate the plant in a respective manner. It's like you have a platformer, you have sulfolane, you have xylene, toluene. Each requires only one particular carbon component. Maybe C6 for benzene column and C7 for toluene column. So this model helped us to do this. Why this is deep process tech is, we went deep into the molecular level, not the bulk properties. We didn't go for distillation data or D86, or we didn't go for density. We took this and we went one step ahead to get this molecular level data. Okay. What it does is, real time it will say how you are operating, how you have to operate. It will predict what is the feed coming, what is the feed variations, what is the feed operating parameters, and it will also say what will be the weight, how we have to operate to get this proper yield. And what is the difference between this model is, suppose if you have very good amount of RON, and if you want to dilute your system, you can give a specific RON as the input. The model will arrange WIT, weight inlet average temperature, so that you can get only the desired amount of the RON. By saving energy, we can mix into the MS pool. You can give the range, lower limit, higher limit of RON. Also, you can change your catalyst rate entering. If you have a low catalyst rate, what is the happening scenarios, it might be able to see. Also, if you want aromatics, how much to go out, you can also predict using this. And this also works based on RON barrels or aromatics barrels, which we call. This is our web page deployed. The bottom, it shows our platformer. Yeah. So, for the optimal operating parameters, for a given feed composition, LHSV, catalyst type, LHSV is the crucial thing which is playing important role in the model. And for the optimal weight, what will be the range to operate, to tweak, that model will predict. If you see, you will have on left side throughput N+, which I have already shown in earlier slides. The difference might be small, but this will help to save energy, thereby reducing your capex, OPEX to a greater extent. What are the benefits? Yeah. This is one of the key enablers for our CCRs as well as petchem units. Since market for PX crashed, we have aromatic complex in MRPL. We went from aromatics mode to fuel max mode. What we do is that after we get from sulfurane system, we send to benzene unit, we have a toluene unit. Toluene bottoms will again come and mix to RSU system. Thereby we can stop our energy intensive units of C9 and lowers. So, if you operate in aromatics mode of operation, your paraxylene benzene yield can increase 0.5 to 1%. This is because even slight WIT of 0.5 or 0.6 and the upstream downstream parameter upgradation, we can get this much yield, which will correspond to some 20 to 30 crores of saving or profits, I mean. In the fuels mode, as I told earlier, we can increase RON by 0.9 to 1, which is very deciding factor for MS certification, within the weight increase of 0.8 to 0.9. For the same severity, if you want to get higher RON, we can use this model. Based on this model, our heaviers cracked into gasoline pool more and our RON points increased. With this, we had saved 50 to 55 crores per annum based on the MS price as per the date. Why this app was crucial in MRPL is, we launched Toluene 99.9% pure this year, Jan 2025, by Hardeep Singh Puri sir. This is purely based on this model. For toluene to get 99.9% purity, we require 0.03% of non-aromatics in the feed, which is not possible. The model helped us to maintain this with the same existing hardware, no new additions, no new deletions. Same thing, it worked. And the toluene we were able to send 40 KTPA, which is 40 crore profit. For this, we received an internal innovation award from our MD, Shyam sir and DR Nandakumar sir. This is where our MOPNG minister launched toluene this year, Jan 2025. With a small tweaking, if you can save this much, and in a real time we can do this, this is very great. So if someone is interested, we are always open to opportunities. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Reddy. After this molecular level optimization, the next paper is on IoT application. I invite Dr. Ashwini Malhotra to present the things.
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues on dais, friends from industry in the audience, a very good afternoon to all of you. My dear friend Narendra has simplified my task because he has touched on a lot of aspects of optimization in his talk. But still, I like to carry on and within the time limit that has been specified. First, clarification that the title talks of operational excellence, which basically means production efficiency, including energy efficiency, reliability, your safety aspects. So, although IIT can handle all those aspects, but I would be touching briefly only on energy optimization and some aspects of predictive maintenance. So, the contents would be from introduction to application. I would be taking 3 examples from the industry, refinery, and finally the concluding part. The COP 2015 mandated that we try and limit the average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade. We all know that. These are certain facts which I'm just stressing to bring about why there is a need of energy optimization. So, the energy which we generate through combustion of fossil fuels results in release of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And it is an established fact that these greenhouse gases results into the increase in the surface temperature on Earth. So there are many pathways to address this issue, including transition away from use of fossil fuels to renewable sources of energy. So although these energy transition is progressing, however, as it has been stressed on the day one also by Honorable Minister himself, that it was going to take years for use of fossil fuels to decline. So therefore, the pathway which targets the energy efficiency, that gains importance. Now, what is the real impact of energy optimization? If we see industry-wise, 6 to 8% of your energy requirements, industry energy requirements, is taken by your refinery operations. And within refinery, from the crude to generation of products, roughly 7 to 10% of the equivalent energy from that crude is utilized in that processing. And out of this, 20% is taken by the crude unit itself. So roughly 1.5 to 2 weight% of crude oil equivalent, fuel equivalent, is consumed by the crude and vacuum distillation unit in processing. This I am building to show the impact of energy optimization as an example. So if we consider a typical 15 MMTPA refinery, so 15 MMTPA crude and vacuum distillation unit, and if we try to reduce even 1% of the energy consumption in that unit, it would result in annual saving of roughly US dollars of 0.7 million, or that means 6.15 crores. And obviously reducing carbon emission by about 9750 tons per annum. So these are just rough estimates, taking your price of crude as $60 per barrel. Moving on to how IIoT can help in energy optimization. So there are many factors influencing refinery operation. Your changing of crude oil being processed, which leads to the yields being different for the various streams, their properties being different. So downstream units, they are all impacted. So that is one of the major factors. Then you have changing market demand for various products. And since it's an existing refinery, the processing feasibility of each unit, that has to be taken into account. And few of the major variables which are available for carrying out any optimization study are your operating pressure or temperature, flow rate of intermediate streams, and so on. So therefore, and all these are interlinked. If you change one, the other is also impacted in some way. So with the complexity of such different variables and parameters which are interlinked, and you have a time constraint for carrying out, because your refinery is in operation. So you cannot wait that, okay, you are processing this crude and you carry out this study in few weeks, and then you come up with some parameters, changing some parameters, and then with that kind of operation, you achieve energy optimization. So that's why the time constraint, with the time constraint, it is imperative that IoT be used. Second thing which I forgot to mention in the beginning of my presentation was that this model that I am presenting is first principles based, means it's not AI ML kind of model which I am talking of. So how do you develop this model? Basically, you have to start with the design basis, which defines the objective of each of your units. Then a digital twin is an important part of your IoT model. So it has to be built using engineering data from the start of the process up to its design and operation stage. So that complete data has to be incorporated into your twin. Then this model is validated against test run data. That means when the unit was started, there some test runs were carried out. So it needs to be validated against that test run data. And once that validation activity is over, only then you can go live. That means you can connect to the historian and test against real-time data. So what are the challenges in development of any IoT model? The biggest challenge is the data itself in development of this model. It is spread in various forms, in various formats, because the data for the unit is received from each of the equipment vendors in a different formats. So you have the challenge is how to collate that data into a usable application. Next is refinery operation challenges. Basically, what is the objective of this whole model? Whether it is related to production efficiency, whether it is related to reliability, whether it is related to safety, or the objective is a combined objective of these. So that clarity should be there before you start building this model. And then the simulation model which is used to develop the twin, that from the design stage, because of configuration and operation stages, has gone through various cycles. So once you start developing this model, all those have to be taken care of. The architecture of this motor is quite simple. It's very flexible. Basically, you use your existing DCS data through OPC UA, which is a TCP based protocol, to transfer the data into this model where the data cleansing is there. Then your twin, along with the equipment twins, they optimize to generate your predictive analysis reports, your energy optimization reports, and that reports is transferred back to the refinery. If the model is residing outside the refinery, the model can reside in the refinery, it can reside in the cloud, or at the site of the developer. The few of the examples that I am taking is one is related to strip sour water. See, the sour water stripping unit, that unit receives feeds from various units, say CDU, DCU, your hydrotreaters. Now, whenever there is a change in the crude, because the sulfur is changing, the sour water feed, it changes. So in order to optimize the energy, you have a variable, basically the reboiler duty is the variable. So your twin IoT model, which has that twin, along with your equipment twins, can optimize your reboiler duty, which in turn which is a steam reboiler, which will reduce or optimize your steam consumption. Next example that I am discussing is regarding your crude and vacuum distillation unit. See, the heater, as was discussed in earlier presentation also, it consumes a lot of energy. So the heater duty can be optimized by various means. One is related to the pump around duties. Another is by reducing the fouling in the preheat exchangers. Another aspect is by optimizing excess air level, or by optimizing the column operating conditions, which results in reduced heater duties. The pump around duty optimization is not a simple aspect. Actually, it is linked with your exchanger train, whether it can handle higher duty, whether the pump circuit, because of the higher flow rate, as well as there is because of the higher flow rate, higher pressure drop. So whether the pump circuit can handle your the higher load as well as higher head requirements, then your column hydraulics and column specifications. So all this makes it imperative that a IoT kind of application is used. This is just a flow chart of that application. Next example is regarding the predicting the
Dr.
fouling.
Malhotra, please.
So here basically you are, because it is based, the operation is such that you cannot predict the fouling in the whole the train could be about 40 odd exchanger services. So which exchanger is catching fouled? So based on the DCS data, you can take that, and with the twin of those exchangers, you can see whether the fouling is close to your design or it has gone beyond design, and based on that you can schedule the cleaning of that particular exchanger. So this basically IoT can be leveraged with your changing feed, with your changing product requirements. You can leverage IoT for all kind of optimization, whether it is a yield optimization, whether it is energy optimization, whether it is predictive maintenance, or whether it is safety aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malhotra. After this IoT and digital twins, let's move on to our next speaker on agentic AI. I will invite Mr. Shailesh Bansal. A big round of applause, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank CHT and BPCL for organizing this wonderful event. This is my 7th ET I'm attending and 3rd presentation I'm making this year. And I would also like to thank the CHT and BPCL to providing me this opportunity. Topic of my presentation is agentic AI application for transforming R&D, operations and reliability in downstream. Now, when we talk about the oil and gas downstream industry, certainly this is a very vast industry and it has various verticals talking about operations, maintenance, electrical. So we have, and then also the supply chain side of it. So we have to cover all the aspect in terms of the best performance which we can provide. Now, what I'm going to cover today is the agentic AI application, how this can really help to make sure that you are extracting the best out of your unit or your complex. Now, before we move into the detail of the presentation, first let's understand what agentic AI is. And before that, we need to understand what AI agents is. So if you look at the screen, the AI agents are nothing but the individual agents, artificial intelligence agents, which have a dedicated task. So AI agent for the master data creation in LIMS, the AI agent for formulation recommendation, AI agent for knowledge and literature mining. So there can be thousands of AI agents with individual tasks assigned to all the AI agents. So it will have its own core task which it is going to perform. Now putting together multiple AI agents, it forms agentic AI. So in this case, which I'm going to talk about today, is the agentic AI for Catalyst R&D acceleration. So this is a combination of AI agent for formulation recommendation and agentic AI agent for knowledge and literature mining. Now we know how the Catalyst R&D traditionally works. We have to understand, we have to use all the literatures available. We do a lot of pilot runs, we do a lot of lab data analysis, and putting together all of that, our researchers work on the Catalyst R&D formulations. They come up with a lot of Catalyst formulation which works for the particular performance which they are really targeting for their unit or for their technology. Now, to understand this in a little more detail and how agentic AI will help it, let's understand from a specific perspective of hydrocracking. So when we talk about hydrocracking technology, there is always a shift between diesel and naphtha, that how catalyst formulation can really make the difference in terms of what particular product you are trying to achieve or trying to maximize. So for any catalyst to perform, there are certain parameters which is being targeted while we are doing the formulation, which is again the activity part and the selectivity part. And there will be many other various parameters certainly we are going to talk about, but these are the core parameters which are generally targeted. So if you are selective towards a particular product, then certainly the catalyst selectivity has to be higher for that particular product, and there will be lower activity. If you are targeting higher activity, then the life and everything or the performance of the catalyst accordingly changes. Now, the agentic AI, what it really does, it comes up with the hypothesis, and when we say hypothesis, that means it comes up with a lot of catalyst formulation basis the inputs or the target specification which you have given for your particular technology. Let's say we are talking about a particular selectivity range and the activity range for your catalyst of hydrocracking. Then as a user or as a researcher, you give these inputs to this agentic AI model. And that agentic AI use all the literatures which is either open source, it can be the closed literature, or also your pilot data. Putting together all the catalyst database, it is going to generate the hypothesis. So now, when we talk about any catalyst formulation, for a single catalyst family, there will be a lot of raw materials. Putting those raw materials in a particular ratio, or maybe in a different ratio, the performance of that catalyst will change. So for this particular catalyst, let's say there are 3 raw materials which are like amorphous silica, alumina, base metals, and crystallized silica alumina. Now putting these raw materials in a different ratios are going to change the catalyst performance, the catalyst selectivity and activity. Now as a traditional researcher and the R&D expert, when you do this exercise, this is a really tedious and time-taking process, and you have to consume a lot of information which is available. And that is what we are trying to squeeze in. We want to minimize the catalyst R&D time process. We want to minimize the cost of experimentation, and that is what is being targeted here using the agentic AI application. So when we talk about, again, the activity and the selectivity part, there is always a trade-off. So how do we find the sweet spot? Sweet spot has to be with respect to the target specification which you are putting as a user, but also at the same time you have to make sure the cost of catalyst needs to be optimum. So the idea is to find the sweet spot or that particular formulation which works for you. So when we talk about the raw materials, the performance will change, like I said, based on the ratios of different raw materials which is being put together for a catalyst performance. So let's take an example of the little fluffy catalyst and high efficiency catalyst. So fluffy catalyst will have high pore size and it will require more metal loading and all. And high efficient catalyst will have higher density and it will have a different catalyst performance. So depending on how, what specification you give, let's say that you are targeting a particular pore size in a particular range with respect to selectivity and activity, and you have done some research earlier. So all these goes as an input to the LLM model or the agentic AI model or the application. Again, takes a lot of research, lot of time, lot of pilot run, and you are going to consume all the historical data which is available with you, which is humanly very difficult to process, because you are again looking into the years of research of data, and you want to make sure that you are covering everything. Now, that's where the agentic AI comes into the picture, how it really works. So, if you look at this flow chart, the LLM is nothing but the agentic AI. Now, how it is really built is all the, again, like I said, all the research papers, all the literatures which is available, whether it is your proprietary, whether it is an open source literature, all the pilot data which you have, all the commercial experience or commercial data you have, it is all being consumed to make this LLM model, the large language model. And when it is being done, the knowledge curation, the knowledge graph and the curation happens with the Catalyst SME. So, because these models do not understand the text-based part, what is selectivity, what is activity, what are the inputs, what are the outputs. So those kind of initial validation is done with the Catalyst SME while utilizing all these resources for a single Catalyst family. Now, when this initial base model is developed, what it really does, it doesn't look into the literatures in isolation. It looks into all the literatures or all the information together, because we are trying to utilize the maximum information available, and that is what the compound knowledge graph is. So what you are doing is basically using all the information available, putting together. Now this LLM, what it will do is going to generate the hypothesis, and this hypothesis is nothing but the catalyst formulations. This is not going to generate only one. It may generate, let's say, 5, 6, 10, 15, or maybe hundreds of different catalyst formulation in a different ratio for your specification which you have given as an input. Now, for further validation, some of the hypotheses will be validated in the pilot scale or in the pilot lab runs for further fine-tuning of this LLM model. That's the target. Once you have come to that level, then your model is fit to the purpose, and then it can basically bring down your overall experimentation cost, and it basically converges or give you, let's say, the best 5 or 10 formulations which are possible for your target. Now, this particular slide basically shows how the data flow from the available literature from the pilot scale towards the LLM model, and then when any query is being generated, how that query is handled by the agentic AI, how it really retrieves all the data available, how it put together everything. So that is what is being shown in this slide. So I'm not going to go into the details of it. The idea of this slide is to show that it does a lot of things at the background while utilizing all the information available. Now this slide, what it really does is, again, like I said, there may be hundreds of catalyst formulation. Idea is we also want to converge that, we want to bring down our experimentation cost. So what the LLM model or the agentic AI does, it also try to converge further from, let's say, 100 formulation to 8 formulations. How it really does that, for all the formulation, there will be lot of property predictions which will be happening at the back end for various physical properties or the chemical properties. Now, for those predictions, there will be a lot of prediction models using different algorithms like random forest, neural network. Now, we try to compare that with respect to the pilot scale data or the pilot data which we already have, and try to see that which particular algorithm or the prediction model is best for a particular property prediction. So that is how we select the best available algorithm for a prediction model. Further, out of 100, let's say we have come to 10 formulations or 10 hypotheses, we put them in a cluster. When I say we, that means agentic AI, it put them in a cluster and compare it against the previous available data or the information, literatures, again the pilot scale data, and try to see that how all the formulations are going to perform with respect to how it has performed earlier, and then again converge further to, let's say, 4 to 5, so that it overall brings down. This particular slide is again what I have already told you. Because LLM model do not understand the text-based thing, it tried to converse that text-based keywords of, let's say, pore size, thermal conductivity, selectivity, activity, anything which is basically a variable as an input or output, into a particular representation, so that it can relate when you put a query. And then basically it does a task of AI-driven visualization of relationship, so basically uncovering any novel catalyst formulation for your requirement. This slide is a little technical, which I have already discussed in detail, that how all the information flows from your catalyst database to the agentic AI building, and then further validation, and then hypothesis generation. After the hypothesis generation, further validation using your pilot scale data, so that you can find out the best possible formulation for your technology. Now, if I summarize the overall presentation, the overall idea here is that how can we accelerate the overall R&D development, which take years and years, and again, with rapid changes of requirement with respect to the sustainability, we have to come up with a lot of new formulations. We have to identify what works best for us while minimizing the overall penalty to the environment. So the idea is to accelerate it and also bring down the catalyst cost. The last part of it is, this is not limited to catalyst R&D. It can work in the process optimization. It can work into reliability part of it. It can work into safety part of it. The idea is that this agentic AI has that cognitive thinking and the reasoning ability, and that is what we human can do. But we want it to do it in the shorter period of time with the larger data. So that's all about the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Thanks for finishing your paper presentation well in time. So after this agentic AI, now we move on to our last presentation of the session. I invite Mr. Uday Prabhu Desai to present the things.
I hope everyone can hear me. I'm going to make a couple of requests as I start. Please don't try and read the slides, because I speak faster than you can read most of the times. And with the time that is available, I'm going to be moving the slides quite fast. I think the objective of my presence and the presentation is to give you a message of what we do at Detect Technologies, and hopefully to create enough of an interest that we can have a conversation offline. Okay, so that's the intent. Briefly, what I'm going to essentially cover is an introduction to who Detect is and what we do. And then we are going to essentially dive quickly into the solutions that we have developed for the industry, manufacturing industries, okay? That's the intent. As I go through the slides, I'm going to help you navigate of where I am making my points, okay? So when you look at the slides, the three objectives that I'm trying to cover is, who is Detect? That's number one. Who do we work with? Number two. And what it is that we actually do. Okay, that's why I think you are here. What do we do? So I think looking at the geographic map there, we are an Indian company. We are very proud to be an Indian company. We are headquartered in Chennai, where 350 of our software, hardware engineers spend in a lot of effort to develop the solutions that we deliver to the market. Chennai is also the hub where we actually monitor our global deployments. So Chennai is the hub. We have an office in Mumbai where me and my team sit. We are the sales team. Apart from these offices in India, we have a major office in Houston, which caters to Europe, North America and Latin America. We have a significant growing market in the Middle East and the APAC region, where we essentially work with partners for now. But the intent is eventually to establish bases in these regions as well. So that covers who we are. Who do we work with? We work with people like you. We work with practically every single oil and gas company in India, and we are very proud of it, so thank you so much. Outside of India, in the oil and gas space, we do work with Chevron, Exxon, Shell, all the oil majors, right? All the oil majors that exist, we work with them. proud of working with them as well. From a constitution perspective, who's Detect? So Detect, when it was founded, was essentially funded by two of the largest venture capitalists that exist. These are the guys who are investing in Facebook and so on and so forth. More importantly, and because we are all oil and gas professionals, Shell Ventures essentially looked at the capabilities that Detect has. It looked at the people and the innovation roadmap. What are we going to do in the future? And Shell essentially decided to take a stake in Detect as well. So that's how we are constituted. Now looking at the bottom row, you know, I'm going to convert some of the statistics at the bottom. Don't read the numbers. I'm just going to convert it into the language that I understand and what you understand. For you, feedstock is crude and naphtha and so on and so forth. For us, feedstock is data. So data is the feedstock that we consume. The AI solutions that we have developed, the AI engine that we have developed is the hardware and the catalyst that actually converts that feedstock into a usable product. What is the usable product? Productivity gains. Productivity gains can be in terms of performance, and I think Agarwal Sahab made the point. Can human beings and engineers do work more efficiently with higher productivity? That's one of the outputs that we deliver. But we also deliver a quantifiable output. We can actually put a rupee or a dollar number behind what we deliver. So that's what we actually do. Okay? Next slide. Okay. So we deploy all of our solutions under the brand name of T-Pulse that you see at the left-hand side top, okay? So T-Pulse is the AI engine under which we develop all our solutions. What is the credibility of our solution? I mean, everyone knows that data is data, and I think Ashwini made the point that today data is available in all kinds of forms. There's hard copies, there's data on the web, and so on and so forth. So data is the strength. What we are essentially good at and what we have been doing is that all our AI models are pre-trained and self-learning. So accuracy of the output that we deliver to our customers is very high. In some of our solutions, the starting efficiency or accuracy is about 92%. As the system learns on its own at the site, it will actually improve to 98, 99%. Now that does not apply to all the solutions, but some of our solutions do deliver that kind of an accuracy, and it's not us saying it, it's the customer who says that. Statement one. Statement two, all our AI models have been trained on industrial data. We do not use synthetic data to train our AI models. Primary reason is, every time I go and sell something to someone, they ask me about a birth certificate for the models that we have developed. And the only way to give that birth certificate is to show that it is deployed somewhere in the field, and then they become comfortable and start talking to us more rationally. So we don't use synthetic data. Statement number two. In terms of safety, I mean, safety is important. I think safety is no longer just statistics on the MIS in the morning. I think as industry professionals, we have realized that safety could harm us and the continuity of the business. So all the safety modules that we have developed are OSHA compliant, IOGP 577 compliant, OISD compliant. In some cases, owners have their own codes and standards that could be far more stringent than these codes. So the models that we have developed meet all of these. Okay, that's important on the T-Pulse safety module. Beyond that, we are sector agnostics. So just as a rough number, I would say 60 to 65% of our revenues come from oil and gas. Thank you so much. The remaining comes from industries like power, steel, mining, metals, and so on and so forth. So we do develop tools that are industry agnostic, and as we go into the solutions that we provide, you will actually understand that safety is industry agnostic. I mean, safety is there for oil and gas, it's there in mining more so maybe, and other industries also. So all of our solutions fit all of these industry roadmaps, okay? And the last piece of the puzzle is the agentic AI. Basically, you know, there are tools available in the market that will digest data and give you potential options of what could be the potential cause and so on and so forth, where we try and distinguish ourselves. And it's a learning curve. I have to be candid. It's not that all our solutions give you a pat answer. All you have to do is push a button and actions will happen. It's not like that. But I think where we distinguish ourselves from the market is that actionable insights are the pillar of the solutions that we give. So the AI engine that we have will digest the data. If there are multiple potential causes for a deviation from norm, it will tell you what those potential causes are. Where it actually takes you is it will actually rank those causes. So it will tell you most likely this is the reason why you are where you are. And then it will give you a potential set of actions that you can take. Of course, human intervention is required. Some of our solutions are closed loop. So the AI will actually take an action as well in the field. But at this point in time, we talk to the customers, and even we recommend that human intervention is still an important part of the equation, okay? Moving on. So, sorry, on this slide, the last piece of the puzzle, and what leads us to the next conversation is, we essentially develop solutions for workplace operations, workplace safety. These two we will talk in more detail. We also do a lot of work on workplace security and workplace inspection. Just one anecdote. When Operation Sindoor was happening and everyone was worried about what's happening in the world, we actually, the largest number of calls my team and I got was to enhance security in industries that were on the northern sector of India. That was a key requirement at that point of time. And our claim to fame would be, if we are asked to deploy on existing cameras on the perimeters, for example, a security envelope to protect that industry, make it more resilient, we were capable of deploying our solution within a 24-hour window. We would send specialists out there and do that. So as much as we think security, CISF is there, all taken care of, there's more to that. Interestingly, we are actually working with CIS on one project where they are looking at our model to be able to enhance their own capability. Now getting to the meat of the discussion. This is a very large slide deck, so I'm going to give you the messages, then we can have a conversation later on. Turnarounds. I mean, I think as industry professionals, we'll all understand that if we were given a choice, we wouldn't want to have a turnaround. Why not run the refinery for 50 years and be happy about it? Turnarounds are an essential necessity because of equipment limitation, catalysis limitations, and so on and so forth. So when we say that if it's a necessity for the industry, the question is, can you manage it more efficiently? Can you do it in the plant engineering days that you have evolved? An interesting statistic that we arrived at from the industry itself was only one refinery in India claims, and most likely they deliver also, to have delivered their turnarounds on a continuous basis within the allotted engineering days. The rest of the refining industry in India struggles to meet it. And it's not because of capabilities. It's the whole situation is that we still work in silos, and that prevents us from essentially use past learnings to deliver a bit of performance. What we do in the TA management offering that we do is we bring teams together. We do the analysis that is required for human beings to be able to take decisions. Our claim to fame is, with the people's turnaround management solution that we have, you have, and you, when I say, the executives, the field people, all have an end-to-end view of the planning to execution. That's statement one. The digital scoping. So in the good old days, and I'm from operations, 11 years in operations, everything was manual. Every day we would write down one new problem that could be taken up in a turnaround. And maybe that continues and it's important. What we essentially do, or the tool actually does, is it looks at the history of your equipment, your process unit, your process problems. It actually auto-generates a list of actions and scopes that you should be taking up for the next turnaround. That eases significantly the thought process and the manual process in arriving tasks. That's something that the system does. It does the planning and scheduling. We have, luckily on our roles, we have people who have a lot of industry experience. They bring in their talent. We also have industry specialists that come to us and give us their inputs as well. So the tool will actually develop a schedule for you. Now again, caution, the tool is a maturing tool. As it learns, its fidelity improves. So we are in a comfort zone right now, but we know there is scope for improvement. We were having a conversation with Agarwal Saab just day before yesterday on what new can be done. So it does an automatic schedule planning for you, so you then can focus on whether it is the right schedule or not, okay? And then eventually real-time progress. It will give you a 24/7 real-time progress. We have just come out of a turnaround very recently, where every 30 minutes, the operations director could pull out data to show what was happening in the unit. So that's as real as it gets. This is a complex dashboard. The only thing to look at this dashboard is the top header on the right-hand side. What we essentially believe, based on our experience now, is that turnarounds should be planned at least 18 to 24 months beforehand. Okay, I'm at my time. Okay, beforehand. I think planning turnarounds in 6 months to 12 months can be done, but I think there are deficiencies in that process. So planning is a critical part of it. So what we have essentially done with our software is, this dashboard is the common dashboard that is used by the frontline engineer and the ED or the director of the refinery. It's a common data system. So availability of data in its raw form is one advantage. Now, an ED of the refinery doesn't really bother what is happening in the exchanger. He wants to understand what decisions he needs to take in the morning for it to facilitate. What this system does, if you look at it from left-hand side, is it tells him what the preparedness of his team is in delivering the shutdown. So that preparedness is where he gets actionable insights from the tool. He will be actually told, hey, you haven't placed purchase orders for the fin fan cooler which you are going to need to replace. In a recent case, cyclones of an FCC were to be changed, and the tool actually predicted that unless they place the PO by a certain date, they will not get the cyclones on time because the lead times, and the system actually forecasted that, the lead times for delivery of cyclones would not allow them to take the turnaround and complete it in a time limit. So that's kind of where we are. The predictability and the insights that the system gives allows leaders to take appropriate decisions, okay? This is a last piece of the turnaround present. It's a risk register, kind of a risk register. It allows everyone at the leadership level of a refinery to understand what scope elements could actually impact schedule, and then it tells them how and who needs to be able to address those elements to get rid of. In this particular, it's a live case, by the way. What you are seeing is not dummy data. It's from a running refinery. What it shows is that of the identified risks that they have, roughly about 43 to 48, 2 have been mitigated because the vendors have been aligned and the purchase orders have been placed. Moving on, I'm going to talk a little bit about inventory management, maybe crisply. We had 3 conversations starting maybe 12 months back. Okay, 12 months back. I think inventory ranges between the industries from 1,500 crores to 3,500 crores. Now in our mind, as much as inventory and 3,500 crores is a small number maybe in the overall scheme of the oil and gas industry, it is actually a hit on your working capital. So we have created an inventory module that allows you to do a data reconciliation. Today, and there are refineries who have got 5 warehouses, they have got 4 yards, to be able to make sure that the data is consistent. That's statement 1. So data reconciliation is priority 1. Then what we have essentially done is that the agent, the AI engine, it will actually start looking at your historical consumption patterns and tell you what is surplus, what is redundancy. You will not believe this. Many commodities are available under 5 different names within the same warehouse. Every time someone needs something new, they buy a new product not knowing that there are the same materials available at 4 different locations. So we remove all of that surplus and redundancy and create a plan. The system creates a plan of how this can be disposed depending upon consumption pattern. Where a material is beyond its shelf life, we will actually recommend what value they can get and how to dispose it off so that it gets off your books. So it is a very intuitive model that tells procurement professionals and planning professionals what actions they need to do to be able to reduce inventory. This is, some elements of this are already in deployment, some are they are developed now and we are working with customers to launch them, okay? I think this is, these numbers are, by the way, real, slightly camouflaged, but they are real. In one of the cases that we are working with, we believe that there is a one-time potential opportunity for them to reduce their inventory by about 250, 260 crores, but there is a recurring benefit that they get by streamlining their procurement process. The moment you remove duplicacy of commodities, you are able to better understand what to procure, what not to procure. So there's a recurring theme, and for me personally, this is a very powerful tool to improve working capital. Just 1 more minute. I'll share the slides, you can read this, but these are the pillars. It's easy to speak numbers, right? Someone, I'm sure, can ask me in the audience, 250 लाए कहाँ से? और तुमको अगर समझा तो उनको क्यों नहीं समझा? It's not that easy. They understand, we understand. The process of identifying how to get rid of it is where we come in. And these 4 pillars, and we can talk about it offline because time is not there, are the levers that we believe will be involved in getting them to the target that they want, okay? Again, a real study, it's not hypothetical data. Last piece, in brief, safety is important, okay? We have something called people safety. Almost everyone in India is using people safety in some way, shape or form. Most of the international market and the US majors are using people safety as a regular practice in their refineries. These are statistics. Don't read the statistics. All I can tell you is there is something called goal 0. It's not just emissions, it's the goal 0 on safety as well. If you look at the statistics, and this is published data, this is not mine, 22, 23, 24, there is a plateau. In spite of all the improvements and focus on safety, we still have people losing lives in this industry, in oil and gas industry. That's statement 1. Most of the incidents and lost time work incidents are related to complex safety issues. Many people think monitoring PPE is good enough, job done. It's not like that. With the industry complexity going up, the cases that derive these lost time work incidences are complex.
Well, Mr. Desai, kindly.
Yeah, done.
Us,
you need a very, very sophisticated tool to be able to find, identify and address these issues. People safety actually does that, okay? I'm just going to jump to two real-world experiences. This is actually a refinery. Before T-Pulse was deployed, they were doing everything manually. With T-Pulse, it's an automated system. It does 24/7, 365 days calibration of safety. They were able to identify 65,000 incidents of safety that were compromises being made by employees and by contractors. After deploying of T-Pulse safety, as you can see, the top line is the number of cameras. It's visual analytics, by the way. T-Pulse safety works on visual analytics. At the top line, you see, as the number of cameras have increased, the number of critical violations has remained static. That is primarily because behavioral change. The moment human beings know that they are being tracked, they automatically change behavior, and T-Pulse actually does that. It's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. And this is the last. We did an industry search. Last slide, I promise. This is an industry search not related to oil and gas. This is related to cement. The cement industry essentially started using T-Pulse a few years back. They have actually quantified the gains that they have made in terms of LTIFR, which is the lost time due to safety incidences. So this is the power of T-Pulse safety. Now, I'm available offline. Please do reach out in case you want to have a more detailed discussion about the 250 crores. Thank you so much, and I do apologize I exceeded the time.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. We have very little time, but still I think we can go for some questions on the app. It is there.
First of all, thank you so much. What a fantastic session this has been. May I please request for a round of applause? Everybody, please put your hands together. Before we get to the questions, sir, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Vinod Sheshan, Joint Secretary, Exploration, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you for being here. May I please request you all to put your hands together as we welcome him. We also have with us Ms. Vasha Sinha, Secretary, OIDB. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this afternoon and gracing this occasion. And now coming to question, of course, we have one question that we've received online. In the meantime, we're opening the forum to take a couple of questions from the audience as well. Any questions at all? Show of hands, please, while we take this one question that we've received online. No questions from the audience?
Hello. Yeah, myself Vinay Amte from Reliance Industries. My question is for Mr. Uday. We know that AI can't predict what it has never seen before. Okay, so it must be trained with the successful data as well as the failure data in order to have the accurate model accuracy. And moreover, we are looking for a very transparent logic, but not the opaque output. Okay, so if I say from end to end, like inventory management, starting from the feedstock to the product development. Now, feedstock is having the quite variability. Now, since we are receiving the crude from around the globe, so how this AI model will try to take care of the feedstock variability as well as the catalyst development, which is the continual development we have seen throughout.
Yeah, it's for you. Okay, I think. Mr. Uday.
This is on. My sincere apologies if I confused you. I think my apologies there. You are very right. The AI model's efficacy and accuracy depends upon data. Detect at this point of time, and I'm here to change that maybe. Detect at this point of time does not enter into pipelines and reactors. So we actually do not do process optimization, because you are very right. It's a very, very complex process. We today believe that outside of the process, there is enough efficiency improvement that can be done. And I talked about process efficiency and so on. Inventory is it's outside of the reactor system. So we focus right now on process efficiencies outside of the reactors. But the ambition continues to be that we will enter that domain that you have just asked about in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we now take the online question. So here's the question. I'm going to direct it to the moderators and then they can redirect it to our speakers. What about the heavier refinery streams like VGO, for which module level information is not available? How are they modeled, or is the model limited to only lighter streams with available data?
I think Dr. Malhotra would like to...
This is not only for lighters, it's also for heaviers, including VCO from various streams, CDU, HCU, as well as DHDT. The model can also develop. That's why we have started from CCR, we went to HCU and all. It is keep on increasing the stages, step-by-step process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have to put our hands together and thank our esteemed speakers here on stage. This definitely was the last session of ETM 2025, but truly been a very significant session, I must say. Another round of applause, a collective one of that, as we celebrate our eminent speakers here on stage. On that note, may I please request Mr. R.C. Agarwal to kindly step forward and present mementos to each of our speakers for their amazing contribution, their outstanding contribution in sharing valuable insights, starting with Mr. Narendra Kumar Paladuvu. Thank you, sir, for joining us and for sharing your valuable insights with us. May I please request for a round of applause? And ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. Kindly remain seated. We have another ceremony. In fact, it is a celebratory ceremony where we recognize the exhibitors also. We want your presence. The closure is also going to be as grand as the inaugural ceremony, so kindly remain seated with us as we thank Mr. Apanu Sushwant Reddy. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and your participation in this well-detailed session. Thank you again. A big round of applause. Mr. Ashwani Malhotra, thank you, sir, for your contribution. Keep the applause coming, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Agarwal, sir, thank you so much. I now request Mr. U.K. Verma to kindly step forward and present a memento to Mr. Shailesh Bansal. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. A well-detailed presentation indeed. And thank you, Mr. Uday Prabhu Desai, sir, for that very, very insightful presentation. I now invite Mr. R. Ramachandran, Former Director, Refinery, BPCL, to join us on stage and honor our chairpersons respectively. Thank you, Mr. U.K. Verma. Thank you so much for ably moderating this session. And of course, a memento to be presented to Mr. R.C. Agarwal, sir. Please. Truly a moment to remember, and hence we would like to capture this moment and cherish this memory for years to come. May I please request everyone to step forward. Everybody please step forward, and a collective round of applause as we celebrate the brilliance here on stage. Excellence indeed. What a tremendous session this has been. Thank you. The last technical session of ETM 2025, and definitely, like I said, a very, very significant one of that. Can we hear the round of applause one more time, everybody? Please put your hands together. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. I'm going to tell you what's coming up next, but let me take this opportunity to thank each and every one who's made the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet a grand success. First time, can I hear a thunderous round of applause for the success that we've seen at this event? Tremendous participation. Great enthusiasm. Our speakers, our participants, our international guests, everyone contributed immensely in making this event a grand success. And to add to it, ladies and gentlemen, the exhibition also turned out to be a massive success this year, and we truly are thankful. Immense success is what 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet has seen. So that's all thanks to everyone here, and of course the organizing committee as well. May I please request for a collective round of applause as we thank everyone responsible and is behind in the making of the 28th edition of Energy Tech. No, I think this is not doing justice to the people that have put in their hard work, efforts and sleepless nights. One thunderous round of applause, everybody. Come on, let's make it count for all of them who worked tirelessly behind the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. Take a bow, because a huge success is what it's turned out to be, including the exhibition hall. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. We have a small surprise for you towards the end of this next segment. So I request you all to kindly remain seated. People at the back, please take your seats. We will not take much of your time, but we do have a teeny little surprise towards the end of the session, and we want you all to enjoy that little surprise. But for now, like I said, the exhibition hall also saw some tremendous footfall, great response, and we also received a lot of appreciation. So it's only fair that we acknowledge and recognize the efforts of our exhibitors this afternoon. May I please invite Mr. Gaurang Mishra, Joint Director, CHT, to come onto the stage for this next segment.
Very good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to come for this award ceremony. And I would say over the years, exhibition has grown remarkably, both in scale and spirit. I remember last time for such ceremony, I was taking pride that how grand our exhibition was. And today, it gives me more reasons to take pride. This year, the ATM hosts the biggest exhibition ever. We have 42 numbers of exhibitors this year. And the moment you step inside the hall 4, you can sense the energy, enthusiasm, and exuberance that defines this event this year. Please, big round of applause for our exhibitors. This time, we also introduced a new session that is Startup Pavilion. A meticulous work was done by Team BPCL in curating this session. We have showcased the startups supported by PSUs. So now coming to this award ceremony, we have awards in 3 categories. One is award for the stalls of single size, single booth, 3 into 3 meter. Then we have award for size more than 1 stall. Then we have award for best startup award. Okay, so coming about this, how we have selected, so there was a team from our seniors who have visited stalls and selected on the criteria based on how aesthetic appeal they have, what the major important factor was, what prototype they have brought, and how they have succeeded in delivering and understanding and delivering their technology. So to do the honors, I request on the stage Madam Varsha Sinha, Secretary of IDB, for award ceremony.
May I please request you all to put your hands together as we welcome Ms. Varsha Sinha, Secretary OIDB, onto the stage to present the honors this afternoon. Can we keep this a little celebratory, please? Also inviting our Executive Director, CHT, Mr. R.C. Agarwal, on stage to do the honors. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is a celebratory segment. We definitely want to see a lot more energy from the audience. Please put your hands together as we celebrate these outstanding exhibitors and their tireless efforts in making this year a grand success.
So now coming to the first category, single category, and award for best exhibitors goes to Maitwa Aqua Solutions.
Congratulations, Maitwa Aqua Solutions. If we have the team here, may I please request you to come onto the stage and receive your award. Kudos on your efforts and fantastic job done. Everybody give it up for our category single stall winner, Maitwa Aqua Solutions. Can we do better than that, ladies and gentlemen? Can we try? Please, everybody in the hall, put your hands together and celebrate Maitwa Aqua Solutions.
Now coming for the runner-up in the single category. So runner-up award goes to CPCL.
Single stall runner-up. Congratulations, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. A big round of applause, a huge one of that, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, CPCL. Thank you and congratulations. Moving on to the next category.
Now coming to the categories of stall for more than one booth size. So we have the winner award goes to HPCL.
Category more than 2 stalls. Winner, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, HPCL. Congratulations, HPCL. That's a big team there on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it a joyous moment for them. Give it up, put your hands together. HPCL, kudos. Congratulations once again.
For runner-up award, like we have a tie this time. So I would invite the first holder of this award, and this runner-up goes to Detect.
All right, runners-up jointly winning the award. Congratulations, Team Detect. Team Detect, congratulations. More than 2 stalls category. Runners-up jointly. But for now, we have the first team up on stage. Team Detect. Congratulations. And kudos to the team. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The runner-up award is jointly shared by GAIL India Limited.
Congratulations, GAIL India Limited. Runners-up under more than 2 stalls category. Another big team walking onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen, which means we'll have to double the applause and appreciation. Double it up, please. Come on, put your hands together, everybody. Thank you, congratulations. Congratulations.
Now moving to the next category, that is startup, best startup pavilion, best startup exhibitors. So we have 12 startup stalls here, and based on what are the prototypes they have, so best award goes to Gen Robotics Innovations.
Best startup exhibitor out of the 12 startups that we've had. Gen Robotics Innovations. Congratulations. Can we all applaud, please? Come on. Thank you and congratulations, Gen Robotics Innovations. Thank you. All Well, that brings us to the end of the awards ceremony. Thank you, Ms. Sinha and Mr. Agarwal for doing the honors. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for being my co-host for this segment. Can we collectively celebrate? Don't go anywhere. I'm not going to take much of your time. Ladies, please remain seated. We have a little surprise for you. But before that, allow me to collectively congratulate all our exhibitors for doing a phenomenal job. Of course, we did get an opportunity to identify a few here on stage, but I want to tell you all that every exhibitor is truly a winner. So let's collectively celebrate all the exhibitors and thank them for their presence here at the 28th Energy Technology Meet. Now it's time for the little surprise that we've been holding, because this is, of course, the way that we want to close the 28th Energy Technology Meet. A quick AV that we put together, and we've tried to bring all the elements that made this event a grand success. I really hope you enjoy this AV, ladies and gentlemen. Our closure AV for the year 2025. Take a look. This is the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. Thank you so much. Well, that brings us to the end of the 28th edition of Energy Technology Meet. I'm just going to take another minute of yours, please, because a lot of people are involved in making this event a grand possibility and a grander success. So may I please request you all to put your hands together and thank everyone involved. And a special shout out going out to the organizing committee for their tremendous, tremendous work that they have managed to put in. I think they'll have to take a bow. The organizing committee, wherever you are, please take a bow, because everyone's been only talking great things about this edition, so more power to you, and here's to many more successful ETMs in the future. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. My name is Archana Deshmukh, your host, and on behalf of my lovely co-host, Juhi Malhotra, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Until I see you all the next time, this is Archana Deshmukh signing off. Thank you. Have a great, great day ahead, and take care, everybody. God bless. Thank you.